Alright, we're live. Back into Elite Dangerous. More space trucking. Hull and steel and titanium. Maybe some other stuff. We'll see. Voice attack. Need to try voice attack 2 at some point, but I haven't bought it yet. So just voice attack 1 for the moment. And I'll open the game as well. I think we've done everything. They're reasonably efficient at the setup this morning. Anything here I've forgotten? I don't think there is. Okay. Is that running? Seems to be. It's running. It's running. Oh, well, I guess we'll find out. There's always generally something I forget when I first go live. That's because it's early in the morning and I haven't, finished setting everything up yet. Well, I haven't finished. Sorry, it's early in the morning and I haven't finished having caffeine and stuff yet. That's what I meant to say. Jesus Christ. Alright. Alright, let's play the game. Boom, 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 boom. And I'll hop into Discord. Good morning / evening, Ed.
Hello. Morning to you too.
How's your day been?
Apart from the dentist, decent enough.
Oh, yes, I remember you mentioning about the dentist. Yeah.
I got one more visit next week, then I'm done.
Well, I hope the next visit is relatively painless, and then you don't have to go back for a long, long time.
Yes to the first one, no to the second one, because there is still things to be done, but yes. Next week is more of a finish to things being repaired, if you will.
Welcome back, Commander.
Yeah. And then it's after that you replace all your teeth with diamonds.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Razor sharp diamonds at that too.
Yeah. All the better to eat that chewy steak with.
Fact.
Yeah.
Albeit, to be honest, I have never had a steak, like the American version of steak, undercooked. But yes.
You like your steak reasonably well cooked.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I have never had a steak, so
Never had a steak.
I have yet to order one.
Fair enough. I'll be honest with you. Steak is, in my opinion, overrated.
That I can believe.
Yeah. It's occasionally you get one that's really really good, but a lot of the time it's just mid, right? Like, and so
I mean, at the end of the day, it's meat. Let's cooked to various levels,
Yeah.
but you can't expect too much.
Alright. How's construction going on here? 27%. Which doesn't sound like much, but it's actually a considerable effort, and it's going pretty well.
Wait, 27?
Yep. According
Why
to
is
this.
it 27?
Incoming call.
I mean, I'm not complaining, but why is it 27?
I did a little bit last night, but when I left it, I thought it was 25. Did you not do anything?
Well, either someone delivered while it lasts, I don't know, 4 to 5 hours, some materials, or my tool didn't track properly. Which, okay, either one is possible.
Have you delivered anything in the last 9 to 10 hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you delivered stuff after I was mucking around a little bit after work, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit, not much, but seems like, well, as I said, either my tool didn't track the updates or someone else actually delivered in past, you know, 5 to 6 hours. Which appreciated if that happened. Things to fix if that didn't happen.
Well, I think it was 25% and I delivered 1, maybe 2 loads after it hit 25%.
Yep,
So,
that sounds about right.
So, how much have you delivered last time you played? Like, how many runs did you do?
2 or 3 loads, not much.
2 or 3 loads, not much.
Maybe 1% increase, if
1%
that.
increase. So, yeah, it sounds like somebody else might have just delivered some stuff, maybe. I think
Again, either that or the tool didn't track properly, which is fine.
Yeah.
Since only I can use it at the moment.
Alright. Well, I guess we go and find some stuff. Galaxy map. Colonization megaship.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Okay. Off we go.
Frameshift drive.
Considering that I mean, I've been a bit tied up with other stuff the last couple of days, and it's been less than a week since this was created. This is about a week.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
I think this is the 5th or 6th day. Either
Yeah.
one of those.
So say, I think it's been a little bit under a week. I think it was sometime during the last weekend. Well, it might have been
It
my
has been
Sunday.
It has been 6 days without 4 hours.
Yeah, so less than a week and over a quarter done. Meaning it's completely doable inside a 4-week period. Probably,
Well, I mean, I have been holding quite a bit, but yes.
Warning.
Yeah.
Temperature critical.
Doable, yes. Tedious, very much so.
Yes.
Warning.
I think I delivered over 100 cargos. So full cargo loads, I mean.
Frameshift drive.
Yeah, you've
charged.
definitely done a lot more than me. I would suggest...
I mean, I'm
Like-
not counting, but
Yeah.
just saying.
No, I would think I've done maybe 5% of what's been done. But, yeah.
Still 5% I didn't have to, so thanks.
Not a problem.
Otherwise I would be at 22%,
Scanning for
which
anomalies. None
would be
detected.
almost behind schedule. Granted, the 3% that would require for 25% a week would be what, like 12, maybe 13 pounds. Not like
Yeah.
a lot still.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, it will be a hassle to finish in the 3 weeks that are remaining.
Yeah, we'll get it done though.
3, 2, 1, engage.
I mean, mostly you'll get it done, but I'll chip in.
Yeah, I get it. Also, seems like they changed the rounding on the number because it used to floor the percentage. Now it seems to be rounding because the real percentage is actually 26.7%.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure on the Adam was showing the lowest whole number in the past, wasn't it?
It was, at least a few days ago it was like, I was at 20-something.9%, and it showed that the lowest was, like, you know, it floored it basically.
Maybe
Now
that's
it's
like
rounding.
yeah, that sounds like it'll be the cause of the confusion around the 27%. Potentially.
Maybe, I don't know.
So if I got it up to like 25.5% and you threw in like 3 or 4 loads, that's like, you know, like we're 26.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then it rounds up and then it's like 27. Yeah, so should.
Doesn't matter. I made it very simple to update the numbers. It was easy to get to the real materials required.
Yeah.
Which, granted, are going to be, again, air quotations mixed up once you start delivering, but it doesn't really matter. That's an acceptable sacrifice.
Looks like you've been going pretty hard on the steel.
No, I haven't moved steel almost at all.
I'm sure it
I'm
says-
always my algorithm for delivering is deliver the lowest numbers first. So I've been tracking the liquid oxygen, which we cleared I think 2 days ago, and
Okay.
I've been working heavily on titanium and aluminium. I haven't touched steel in a long time.
Was I imagining things then? Hold up. Let's start the auto docking process and I'll go Galaxy
I
map.
mean, steel is at 63,000, so yeah.
63,000. I must have been misreading it then. Jesus. Okay.
It's fine. You have the excuse of it being early in the morning.
Yeah. It's pretty quiet around here at the moment, actually, still. Looks like whoever claimed this BD10 system is taking their time.
Yeah, I think the effort that we did to get towards the system that I am colonizing now, someone just hopped on it to get to the WASP 1 system and They
Yeah.
just, well, I don't want to say gave up, but gave up. They are not none of the commanders are expanding
Engines
much further
disengaged.
than the systems that were claimed a week
Oh,
ago.
is it me? Bah.
Oh, yes.
Alright, let's see. I'm slow building that though. Like it's barely started really. Let's see. Who's system that? I swear it said like 20-something thousand on steel, but I'm misreading something. Oh, no, it's titanium. There you go. I was misreading. Oh. So you reckon they haven't done much over... Hold up. Let's find out. Who's this? %66 done. Oh no. That is such a shame.
But
Well, based on the numbers, that's an outpost. And that's the only... Is that the only slot there? Let's have a look.
oh, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that's a shame.
Oh no, there's another slot at least. They could build a... They could still build a asteroid base there. I would have just slapped the asteroid base
yeah,
there from
me
the
too.
get-go. Yeah. What are the loads of steel like? Grab some, I suppose. Tiny. Alright.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
So yeah. I guess it's fine if there are... If there are, you know, still got room to build a asteroid base there.
Yep.
Oh, no. That one.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Bum, 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 bum. Off we go. Oh, mass locked. Now off we go.
Drive charging. Four, three, two, one.
Maximum velocity engaged. Key systems are at optimal levels, readying for exit.
Bum, 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 bum.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's gonna be a spectacular starport when it's built though, so.
I'm hoping so.
It's gonna be stopped.
If it's going to pay less than 300,000 credits a week, then and I'm quitting Elite. Not really, but you know.
Well, it may well do. You wouldn't think so, right? Like it should pay more than that, but it may well.
I mean,
do
the
initially.
Coriolis pays 150,000, so you know, this is a tier 3. Would be nice if it paid a decent amount.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's a Coriolis though. Let me check.
Coriolis is tier 2. Coriolis is the hexagon. Hexagon? Octagon? I don't know. You know, the blocky station. My station is the long one with the ring.
Yeah.
Key systems are at optimum levels. Readying.
No, I think my one with the Coriolis was paying 80,000.
Well, yeah, well, you build Coriolis with Quadras, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also tier 2, I think. Don't
Yes, it
quote me on
is.
that.
Yeah, but no, I think it's paying 80,000, not 150,000, with nothing else built in the system.
Okay, I may have built something else in that system. Fair enough. Well, I would still expect at least 100k, so that is that.
Oh, I would expect at least 150, 200k for a tier 3 station.
Yeah.
My understanding is the tier 3 stations are massive improvements to the system stats, so. And it's
We shall see once it's finished.
and it should sell a lot of bio waste.
Unfortunately, yes.
Low fuel.
At least until
At least until FDev gets their shit together.
yeah. I gotta admit, Commander Meechan's video could easily have been half the time it was to deliver the same information, which was basically that things on the planet will affect the quality of things above in orbit around the planet, and also if you build installations and stuff in orbit around the planet, that will also affect the economy. But there seems to be a bug or something at the moment where if you have more than one tier 2 or tier 3 thing, it only impacts the first one, and it only impacts starports built in the first slot, or the zero slot,
Yeah.
first slot above
0, yeah.
yeah. So
I mean, funnily enough, he did actually release a second video with more or less the same information but abridged, which is about half the time the original video was. He released it like 6 hours ago.
I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I was asleep, so I have to check that out. But,
Understandably.
Docking request granted.
and he even admits in his video that it's probably going to be short-lived, and it'll be taken off YouTube at some point, because he expects everything to change.
He
and-
basically said the same thing in the second video, so yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. Like it's very much temporary information until FDev, to put it in their words, looks into it.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Landing gear deployed.
We will dock and hand in stuff.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright. Transfer all aluminium and steel. Still 27%. That is so depressing, right? Like when you do that, it's like doesn't budge the needle at all. So that helps with your tool that goes. It's gone up 0.3%. Something has happened.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh well. Hopefully we get a few pirate introductions to make things exciting.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Some extra cash to earn.
Yeah, the extra cash isn't that much, to be honest. It's just like breaking up the monotony of the hauling nicely.
Yeah, I got it.
I did a lot of hunting around for another volcanic planet in the system, and I couldn't really find a good one.
Did you? I was gonna ask you whether you did found someone, but found one. Well, I guess that's a no.
No, I keep looking at high metallic worlds on that search tool, and then clicking onto them to see if they had volcanism, and then I find places that did, and I go to the system, and the worlds just didn't look very impressive.
Fair enough.
Charging.
So I decided to aim for a system that has this like
Navigation for next.
high metallic world, like very very sort of dark little planet, but like it has lots of like yellowy sulfur looking stuff on it as well, so it's like black and bright yellow. It looks quite cool.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And it has the planet's actually landable, so you can build bases on it as well.
Frameshift drive charging.
But nobody was headed towards it, and it's just out of range of where you are. So I'm building a very slow building an intermediate system to get there. Without posting it.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
But it looks like like I was expecting more stuff to sort of erupt up around here, because there's lots of systems around here with lots of bodies. But besides from us and this guy that like jumped in right after us,
Temperature critical.
doesn't seem to be much happening.
Yeah, I guess people are kind of, well, not giving up, but
Drive charging.
you know,
So,
the apathy is starting to creep in
yeah.
slowly but surely. Like, yeah, but once you colonize one system, well, a few systems, you've colonized them all basically, the process doesn't change much.
4, 3,
And then you got to do the whole,
1. Engage.
you know, do I develop my systems or do I claim more systems type decision.
Yep.
I posted a meme about that on Twitter/X. Like, thinking it would just be lighthearted, and a whole bunch of people got very serious in the comments. They're like, stop claiming systems, it's gonna be the death of Elite. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, it's not. Not the 5 system that you've claimed compared to the thousands people have claimed in the 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, actually less than 4 weeks because it was turned off for a week.
Yeah. And someone else is like, develop your systems because I was trying to fly my 10-9 to somewhere and all the places only had outposts. I was like, oh, well, yeah.
Blame that one on left though, not me.
Yeah. It's like most of my systems, I was like, at that point, I claimed 3 systems when I posted that, right? And 2 of them actually have large landing points outside of construction sites. And the 3rd one, I was like, oh, I'll just throw a construction site up at that. That gives a large landing point for refueling and stuff. So my first system has that like small or medium ground settlement that has a large landing pad. My second system had that Fortress Coriolis station. So it's like, yo, that's not my fault, dude. You know, like that's
Yep.
It's other people doing that. Besides, all our stations are built. There's plenty of other stuff around. Like, I don't think anyone needs to refuel those. He's probably trying to bounce Tier 9 out to the Pallades or something.
Docking request granted.
Why did that not slow down? There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Just want to check something. Graphics.
Weapons.
I said graphics. How did you get to Jesus. Alright, borderless. Okay, let's go full screen for a second. Apply. Let's see the back. That's better. I got one of the Windows bar at the
Docking
bottom.
successful. Engines disengaged.
All while still docking.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
It's a big port. There we go.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I still haven't brought voice attack 2. I need to do that sometime over the weekend, I guess. What the?
Frameshift drive charging.
Technically, you don't need to. Just you were recommended to, but yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1.
Radius. No anomalies detected. Key systems are at optimal level.
Alright,
Ready
up we
for
go.
now.
Frameshift drive charging.
All right. You're gonna be so glad when this finally gets built.
3.
Already looking forward to it.
It's gonna be like, I can finally develop the system I want to, but I'm burnt out from the temporary station, so I need 2 weeks of no elite first.
Well, maybe not no elite, just something else.
Something else rather than hauling, yeah. The weird thing about this is like, I don't know, I think my dad doesn't really understand the whole, I'm trying to explain the system stuff to him, right? But like,
Okay.
so last night I was like, did you want me to fix your elite? Because he couldn't log in. He's like, oh no, I'm already in, I'm playing. Like, it fixed itself after the update on Thursday.
Drive charging.
I was like, okay, it's interesting. Oh, big props to FDev for fixing whatever was wrong with their Thursday maintenance of the new systems. Like, everything came online and the
That is true.
maintenance was only like, what, like less than an hour probably?
Yep. They did good on that.
Yeah. So big props there, but it was like, I'm in my Type 9 and I'm hauling stuff. Look, I made a couple of 100,000 on this and like 1 million on this like 100 tons of gold I grabbed, and I'm like, you should just claim a system if you want to haul stuff. Like, you know, you'll make profit on hauling the stuff, and you'll also think a system is like, oh no, I want to make some more money first. And it's like, but you make money, never mind.
Yeah, gotcha.
I think he's got this idea in his head that a lot of other people I've seen on forums and stuff do as well, is that if you want to do the system colonization, you have to be rich first. It's like,
Yeah,
no.
which is nowhere near true.
4,
3, 2.
It seems to enjoy hauling cargo around this Type 9, so it would be right up his alley.
Indeed.
Confirming exit point delivery.
But alas,
Warning.
he wanted to get rich not the easy way. Which props to him for that.
Yeah.
Leave me alone, pirate.
Pirate, come after me.
I mean, drop on me and kill him if you want to.
Are we both in the same system?
You are right behind me, actually. Well, right behind me. Get not anymore.
Alright. Can I target your... Not even...
Never mind, I already jumped out.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I give up a little bit of cargo space because I'm running with a shield, and I give up a little bit of jump range due to all the weapons and
Yep.
shield boosters and stuff. But I do get to blow up the pirates.
There is that. I mean, honestly, the pirates are so bad that I could probably slap a few multi-cannons on this one and just blow them out of the sky anyway, even without shields, but like, why? Waste time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna earn, what? 100 times more money in the time that I would kill them. Oh, okay, maybe not 100, Well, at least 10.
Potentially, depending on what you're doing, I guess.
Well, I mean, one handing of materials earns me like, what, 3 million, I think? And one pirate is, okay, from like 50,000 to 200,000. Okay, yeah, sure, fine.
Most of the pirates I've been killing on these things have been 500 to 800,000 payout.
Fair enough, but still 4 to 5 times less than I've earned by delivering stuff. The pirate actually dropped on me, so if you don't mind a fine at the colonization ship, feel free to blow them out of the sky.
I'll avoid the fine at the colonization ship. I don't want it to open fire on me. If I get too
It
close and shoot
shouldn't,
them.
actually. You should only just get fine. Unless you shoot the colonization ship itself.
Nah, that's fine. Just trying to work out what the actual... Is the actual profit margin on these runs that high? Because I know when they hand in it says plus like a couple million.
Landing gear deployed.
But I didn't know if that was the profit margin, if that was just the money you make from handing in and then you got to take off what it costs to buy the stuff.
Well, fair enough. The profit margin is a little less. I agree with that. But then again, the colonization ships pay much more than for the materials than they are bought for, so
It's
that is
definitely,
that.
it's definitely profitable. That I agree with, yes. Absolutely. I'll work it out. So... It says plus 3. I need to work out how much I sold it for, though. Oh no, 28%. How much? Okay. I mean, I think somebody said that you make about your 25 million back if you're doing a
Ship released.
outpost.
Engaged.
Right, so I would assume that a tier 2 station, which is 3 times the amount of an outpost, roughly, would be roughly $50 million profit.
But did you get 3 times the materials required?
Yeah, I guess that based on 3 to 4% hand in
Okay.
on the outpost and 1% on a tier 2. So it's very, very rough, you know, calculation, but
It's fine. I was just wondering where'd you get that number? Which makes sense, so okay, good.
and so I mean it might even be 4%, so it might even be because it's 3 to 4%. Let's assume it's about 50 to 60 million profit. And then so that's about what 75, 80 million hand in. So you're looking about like what 160, 320 minus the 25, about maybe about $300 million profit, I guess, from making a tier 3, though I haven't accounted for the variable in the profit margins on different goods, so very
You are
very
making me
ballpark.
late in the day. I'm sorry, I won't be able to help.
That's all right, it's fine. I'm not going to
And
calculate it.
you are doing math very early in the morning, so your
Yeah.
plan will not help either.
Yeah. So I'm not going to calculate it beyond that, but we'll try and work it out beyond that. But yeah. So, well, I mean, we'll take it one more step, right? So, say $300 million profit. Well, 325 million. Let's do it on tier 2 station because that's a nice 100 roughly hand-ins, right? So that percentages pretty well. So if you're making 75, 80 million in total, then you're making it just about under $1 million a hand-in, 1 million credits a hand-in on average. But under. Some will be lower, some will be higher. Like, it won't make as much handing in the water and bits and pieces as you will like the CMM composites, I guess.
I mean, if I really wanted to know how much I made from colonization, I could just scan my journal files and calculate it from there, but I don't care that much. the profit is there, so.
Yeah, the profit isn't really the reason we're doing it anyway, so, like...
Yes.
Even
But
like,
it's definitely profitable, so if you want to do it, go for it.
yeah. Well, no, because even I'm nowhere near your amount of credits in game, and even I'm at the point where I'm like, well, I got enough credits to buy a Federal Corvette whenever I get around to unlocking that rep, and probably any other ship as well that I want at any point.
Yep.
So, credits are less of an issue now.
Yeah, it's really not that hard to make a lot of credits in game.
Systems now complete.
Yeah, it just kind of happens, really. Sometimes. Well, you
Yeah,
can go out
pretty
your
much.
way and. Oh, you go.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
I mean, yeah, you may be struggling in the first, I don't know, let's say 10 hours. But once you get to your first, I don't know, 100 million, yeah, money is hardly a problem.
Yeah. I was gonna say, even if you're just playing the game for fun and doing random stuff, the money's gonna trickle in.
Exactly.
And then more than trickle in probably. And then if you actually decide to grind credits, then it's just the bloody floodwaters coming through.
Yep. And the neat part is that you don't even need to do just one specific activity to earn a lot of credits. Like there is a range. You like fighting? Okay, go bounty hunting. You like tracking? Do wing mining missions. You like Targoids? Well, hello billions.
Yes, Barcoid's definitely profitable.
You like exploration? Well, hello exobiology. Another hundreds of millions an hour.
That is true. You're just like goofing off and doing whatever you want. Well, just pick a system or a bunch of systems that have a whole range of stuff. Get all the factions like in the system up to allied by doing missions, and then the missions are going to start paying you crap tons of money for doing not much a lot of the time.
Yep, exactly.
Docking request granted.
And the ally status is not even hard to achieve. Like couple missions, and they are allied to you.
Yeah.
Now, granted, there is decay, but that decay is very slow.
DK?
Landing gear deployed.
Yes, the ally status decays.
Oh, okay.
So a faction that you befriended, like I don't know, a couple months ago, is not allied to you anymore. If you haven't done anything for them since.
Ah, okay, so yeah.
And it's the same for the factions being mad at you. If you, get them to hostile status, they will actually go back to neutral in time.
Makes sense. So So if I go here, CMM composites, for instance, right? Which we need a fair bunch of. And I buy these. So 3.8 million buying them for.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I'm gonna guess they're gonna hand in for at least 12.8, maybe higher. Wee.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Ironically, while we're playing the space game, I did hear that these sort of very rough calculation things that are quite common in like astrophysics or some stuff. I saw a funny comic once that was talking about how close it has to be an accurate measurement in different fields of science.
Okay.
And like astrophysicists were like, within a couple of million miles is fine.
I mean, to be fair, astrophysicists probably deal in measurements of light years, so yeah, a couple 100 million miles or kilometers is
Opening hailing.
negligible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the scale of things, right? It's still within a little percent of stuff.
Acceptable margin, yeah. Sub 1% error.
Shift drive charging.
I mean, even sub 5% at that point.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, this body in this system is a few hundred light seconds closer than we thought. Oh no. Anyway.
Space is vast.
Confirming exit point.
I saw some videos
That's gonna be
recently.
mind-bogglingly last, yes.
Saw some videos recently where someone was talking about, like, people I saw like streamers reacting to this video. This guy was talking about like orders of magnitude. And he was starting from like the lowest, like quarks or something, or whatever is the lowest thing we know about, going up in orders of magnitude until he got to like space objects that were so big that under our current understanding of physics they shouldn't even be able to exist, basically.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
And it was, several streamers' minds were getting fried by the end of that, watching that YouTube video.
Very easy to imagine.
4,
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, people just somehow, not really somehow, but people struggle to understand these scales at universe level. Which is kind of understandable. We don't deal with those distances in daily life, so we have no idea, but
People fail to understand scales at a planetary level. That's why you get those flat earthers pointing out at the horizon going, I don't see a curve.
Yeah.
It's like...
Now, granted, if you are talking about flat earthers, that is technically space level, localized space level, but space level. But yeah, I get what you mean. I can't see any curve. The Earth is flat. No, it isn't. The Earth is just so huge.
Yeah. I got a friend who claims to be a flat earther, but he's also the sort of person that will troll people for the fun of it. And I'm not sure if he's serious or if this is just a decades-long troll he's doing to people on Facebook.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I posted a photo on Facebook of like a trip I took.
Engaging exit protocol.
Well, I was like out the window of a plane flying over like the South Island, New Zealand, and he was like, flat Earth proof, like no curved horizon. And I was like, I'm not sure he's serious. I just don't. Well, I still responded.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta create your own entertainment.
It's very much his brand of sense of humor, just like troll people.
Say the most
yeah.
outrageous things.
Yeah. So I did respond, but only by posting an article like with an image that shows how high a plane flies compared to the surface. Like you're only like several kilometers up. It's not really anything compared to the size of the planet.
I mean, you can see a curvature from the altitude planes fly at, but it's very, very small.
You could probably see. I could imagine you see a curvature like international flights and stuff fly it, probably like the big planes. This was a smaller plane flying a bit lower, so
Fair enough. Yeah, then it's going to be harder.
Yeah, I don't think a domestic flight gets that high, especially on a small country like New Zealand.
Fair. Definitely not high enough to see it just by naked eye. It's still there, just not recognizable by naked eye.
Yeah. I saw someone who used the very high-powered macro lens to get very in close to like the surface of a basketball, and they were like,
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, the ball is curved. The photo looks flat."
Yep. And that's the scales you are dealing with, so there you go.
I still enjoy looking at your little volcanic world down there when I fly in.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by the greenish hue when you approach it from when the sun is behind you. Like it's a black world. Well, yeah, but there is a slight greenish hue. There you go. Have fun. Not sure how that works, but it does.
It's probably something to do with the material makeup on the planet, I guess.
I mean, obviously, but you know.
I'm just thinking, what would give a green hue? Maybe
Question.
like the copper and stuff goes a bit green when it's like 4.7, I think. So a little under 1 million for semi-composites. Alright. 29%.
Yeah, you delivered more than. Well, it was for the 29%. It was missing 0.027%. So yeah, you delivered more than that.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Also,
So-
the game quit rounding up. Oh well, rounding actually, because the percentage was 28.78, and you still saw it at 28%. Only when you delivered, it actually ticked up to 29. Funny. I have no idea how that works, but sure. I'm just gonna question.
That's something I would probably do, is make it like the lowest whole number. Otherwise, you'll get scenarios where somebody will be like, "But it says 100%, but it's not done." Without looking at the fact that you've still got 15 tons of cargo to hand in or something.
I mean, while I agree with you, when you started streaming an hour ago, it was clearly rounding up. But now it's not.
So,
Why?
Inconsistencies, yes.
Like, okay, I can probably imagine why, because, you know, the percentage is calculated differently when you open up the star map for the first time and when you open it up when you deliver.
Charging.
You know, the update function doesn't do the rounding the same way, but you know, still, it's funny.
It's probably the explanation. Yeah, that makes sense.
Vector.
I mean, I've done that mistake unimaginable amount of time, so yeah. Yeah, but once you rack up few projects under your belt, you can most likely you can very closely distinguish what the actual error could be.
Yeah. I'm the same with like the business at my work when somebody questions data now. Like I can like map out processes in my head and just be like,
Yep.
oh, this is what they've done.
Yep.
So like one of the places that the manager for all our warehouses that sends out stuff, right? Was requested a whole bunch of data from me, then came back and said, this doesn't make sense. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, so according to this, you gave me the number of stuff coming back into the store, because the stores that I play mainly dealing with second-hand stock, mostly, right? So it's like they get equipment back in, they fix it up, and then it can be sent back out again. And so he was like, so the amount of stuff coming back in,
Readying for exit.
and then if I take off the write-offs you gave me, and then that's less than the amount of stuff, like the amount of stuff going back out is too high. We don't have the stock to cover it, basically. And I was like, all right, give me 5 minutes to think this through. And then I rang him back and I was like, write-offs also include stuff that's done by our subcontractors out in the field. So you can't take the write-offs off can't take the full amount of the write-offs off the stock coming back in the door to get the amount that ends up on shelf. You're including write-offs of stuff that never came back into store.
Right.
And he was like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's always funny when you figure something out for people and they do have the knowledge to understand what you explain to them, but not enough mental power to figure it out for themselves.
Yeah,
So it's like interesting.
That's often what happens at thing, and it's the same with it's the same with anything, right? Like someone will be like, oh, how do I fix this spreadsheet problem or something? And you're like, and it'll be something super easy that they could have figured out themselves, a little bit of playing around, but they just don't because they're worried they're going to break something. And it's the same with like this guy, he's not dumb. If he thought it through himself, he probably would have figured it out. Might have taken him a little bit longer because he's not as used to like mapping stuff out in his head, I guess, to like, I get questions about data all the damn time. But, you know, he would have figured it out. But it's just, he's like, well, you know, this person gave me the data, so I'll go back and be like, and just ask them, you know. And that seems to be what happens in workplaces.
I mean, to be
bit.
fair, sometimes with the scenarios that you just described, that is easier to just ask the person that did the report, but yeah, I get it.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely times where like I'll think through and I won't figure anything out, and then I'll be take another look at the report I pulled and be like, oh yeah, I screwed something up. And those figures aren't actually right. Like it's not always people overlooking stuff. I'm not perfect, and I'm
Nor am I.
quite busy, and so sometimes stuff gets rushed and things are not quite right, and you know.
Docking request.
Yeah, I mean, take today, for example, I did an update to, long story short, it takes data and visualizes them on the timeline, or in order, as to events happen.
Yeah.
And I had a variable that was switching the view from ordered to timeline view, and I was kind of in a rush, So I misnamed the variable and pushed the code. It was like that in production for about 6 hours. No one noticed, granted, but you know.
Yeah.
It has happened.
Deployed.
Oh, it absolutely has happened, yeah. I ended up breaking, when I first started this job, I ended up breaking the system so badly that the details of what happened got escalated to specialized Oracle support somewhere in Asia.
Nice.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Back when we had a different financial system that was an Oracle thing, even though it was running over the top of Microsoft SQL Server databases, it was an Oracle owned system,
sure.
and so yeah. And
Well, that's a good swap up, if you will.
well, it's the weird thing, right? It's like, so there was, how do I describe this? So there was data that was going missing, right? By which I mean people would be like, the data's there one day and then it's gone the next when they're using the system. Well, I was like, all right, well, something's wiping the data. And I was like, trying to get information out of people on what they were doing and stuff, and they weren't being very clear. And I was like, oh, screw this. So I went to my manager and was like, can I create a table, an audit table in the system, and can I create some triggers on this table where things are dropping off? So whenever, like, it updates in a certain way, it just writes information about what was going on to this audit table. And she's like, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. And so I did that, and then apparently stuff broke, but nobody told me that it broke. Nobody told me when it broke, right? So I found out like a week or two later that something was going wrong with the system. And when we eventually worked it out, it turned out that it was my stuff. But what happened was that the financial system that sat over the top of this database didn't like any database schema changes that hadn't run through its UI. So because I created these directly on the database, it threw a hissy fit and broke several modules.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if someone had told me, oh yeah, this whole process broke like a week and a half ago, I would have been like, oh, that's when I did these changes. But yeah, no, I never got told when it broke. I got told like a week and a half, 2 weeks later, that there was this issue that it started occurring.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago as well.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
And and my boss was like, you're not in trouble. She's like, like, you ran this past me, I told you to do it, nobody knew it was going to have this impact.
Yep. Yeah, those bosses are rare, but good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been fairly lucky at this job. I've been working here nearly 15 years, and every time the boss has changed, the new boss has been fine, you know? Like,
Good.
but yeah, the job before that, the bosses were a bit crap. And the job before that, mostly okay, but the occasional weird thing. Like my grandma died, and then I was like, oh, I need this day off to go to a funeral, and my manager and my manager was like, okay, I put that request through, and then like the person in charge of our department declined it.
Frameshift
And I was like, what? And so I ended up going to, I was like, that's not bloody cool. And so I was like, and there's no good reason, there was no good reason to decline. I never got an explanation or anything. So I tried to talk to the person, they were basically unattainable, right, when I was trying to get hold of them. So eventually I was like, ah, screw this, and I just talked to the chief information officer, sent an email, that's my line of the situation, and went, where I'm not missing my grandma's funeral unless there's a bloody good reason. And he came back with, yep, that seems fair. I will talk to your head of department and get that bloody well sorted. So,
Yeah, some PTO requests are more of more of information. I am not going to be here, not a request of not being here.
yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like I'm telling you, I'm not asking you.
Yes, yeah, right, like, yeah. That wasn't, I'm thinking about going away for a couple of days to, like, relax on a beach somewhere. Is that okay? This is happening on this day and I will not be at work.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing you can do about it. Apart from, you know, cuffing me down.
But my immediate boss there was fine most of the time. It was either one lady for a while. I had 3 different roles while I worked at that job. Like, I keep getting seconded around. So I started as a business analyst, and the boss was
Frameshift drive charging.
pretty reasonable. Immediate manager, and then I seconded to be a software developer for a little bit, and that boss was very laid back, very chill, very easy to get along with. And then
Navigation for next system.
I seconded to be a business intelligence developer when the little internal development team kind of got dissolved.
All systems.
And that boss was a little ridiculous. Like, not bad per se, but like, her whole team was like in where I live, and she was in the national office, and like she was empire building, and when I ended up like, so she'd want to like make sure everyone down there knew about her team and what they could do and stuff, and so we'd end up sitting on these like 3-hour like video conferences back before you mostly did that at your desk, when they had the big video conference rooms and stuff, and like for stuff that we were no interest in, like the team had no interest in, because we just had to report like 15 minutes worth of the meeting was about what we did.
Yeah, gotcha.
But we had to be in
Old
the
school stand-ups. Hey.
yeah, we had to be in the room and try not to fall asleep for the whole 3 hours.
Yeah, well, okay, fine. A stand-up is not going to last for 3 hours, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
There was this one company that did daily stand-ups around, I think it was just before lunch, and it usually didn't drag for too long because, you know, everyone was hungry, obviously. But more than a few times that it happened that it dragged out long enough that the restaurant we went to for lunch eventually ran out of the lunch menu. Obviously, I didn't work there for long.
stand up should be like 15 minutes, and even then, like,
Even that long.
yeah, and even then, daily ones are ridiculous. Like, we do, for one of the projects I'm on, we do twice a week, which is fine. I probably frustrate the project managers on that project, to be fair, though. Because I don't pay that much attention to the whole project management side of things.
Okay.
You know, they're always like, oh, well, this is what we're doing in this sprint and that sprint, and I'm just like working on some random task somewhere. Or answering questions or something, yeah. Like, I'm just, yeah. Or they'll be like, we're trying to do this sprint and you got these 5 tasks, and I'm like, yep, they all require me to talk to this one guy who's on leave for 3 weeks. So, not happening at the moment.
Docking request granted.
Yeah, we got this new trader guy that just started, and he's, I don't know, he's like, there's nothing really wrong with him, but he's quite intense and likes to chat all the time. He's like new in the role, right? He's only been here like 2-3 months or something like that, and so he's still at that I want to make a good impression on everything I do type of thing. And like, so, you know, like recently I was on leave for like 2 weeks, right? From my work.
Yep.
Like I said, they're 2 weeks off. And apparently during that 2 weeks off, we found that there was a problem with,
Engines disengaged.
like the data architecture behind one of the places that we're putting data into, right? Like, so the connection was depreciated, the connection type was depreciated. This wasn't my doing, someone else set this up. And was gonna stop working at the end of this month. Right? And so so apparently there was talk about replacing it and stuff while I was on leave, but I wasn't part of those conversations. And then both me and this guy got pulled into it like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, okay, well, what's going to happen? What's going on? Oh, well, we'll set this up, and we got to test it and stuff. So he was working with me to test it. Oh, he was trying to dot every I and cross every T, and I'm just like going like we only have like 5 or 6 reports that run out of this particular data environment, right? And it's about, oh, bye Ed.
Bye.
And it's a bit all over the thing. So like they set up a UAT system, and I was just checking reports with like the views and stuff between UAT and other stuff. And then and then there was like this big financial report that had been built by the same guy who so we had a company that supports us, and they have us person that like works with us a lot of the time. And so he'd built this big financial report in the past for finance, like all sorts of account ledger stuff, because he's more of an accounting sort of background than I do, right? Like, so when you start getting into like when finance starts talking like, you know, holding accounts and trial balance ledgers and stuff, I sort of go, oh Jesus Christ. You know, like I deal with sales orders and purchase orders and other stuff. And so he did that. He did their financial report with all the different GL ledgers and stuff. And when they decided to replace the system, so replace the connection, he was building this new UAT data lake, and I tested that, and it was fine. There was a few like very minor things, like for some reason all the fields, well not quite all the fields, but a lot of the fields that showed as null in the database, and the new one showed as blank in the old one. Like, so there was some process that was blanking null fields to a blank string, so that was inconsistent between the two. And I was, and like the trader was getting all upset about that, and I was like, it's fine, it'll cause a problem with 1 or 2 reports and we'll figure it out. The data is the same, essentially. The data count, record counts are the same. Like when I'm summing up various like currency fields and stuff in the system, they're summing out the same. I was like, essentially that's the important part. Everything else is just little bits and pieces that, you know, you just tweak after go live. And yeah, and then so they quoted us money, this other company, to make the system live after we tested it, and I was like, yeah, test fine. And part of that was making this changing this financial report they built over, right? And so they went live, and it turned out changing the financial report over was more tricky than they fought because there were capitalization changes on the names of the entities in the data system, and Power BI treated them as different entities. It wouldn't just auto update, so you had to go and grab them separately, and then it broke all the relationships and stuff because it treated them as new entities and stuff. So the guy was like, oh, it turns out it's going to be longer and we're running out of the hours I agreed upon, so you know, like I've paused this until we decide what we're doing here. And then literally it was all about to stop working, and I was like, well, what's happening with this financial report? Because I've changed over the reports I'm in charge of, and people are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, there was this email of this, he's saying that everything was paused until it was signed off, and everyone was freaking out and stuff and stressing out. And I'm so used to all this like stuff at my work. I'm just sitting calmly in the middle of all these people like freaking out, going like, I'll just sign off the like some extra hours and give it to the guy. And they're like, could you do it? And it's like, oh well, I haven't built this report, and he's estimating 10 to 20 hours, and he's the one who did it. And I think 10 to 20 hours is probably ridiculous. I'm thinking it's probably more like 5 to 6 hours probably. But, you know, if I try and do it, and I don't know, like, he's the one who built it, so it's going to take me longer, basically. And it seems like you're up against a time crunch. It's like, I don't think it's a money crunch, is it? It's a time crunch. They were like, yes. I was like, just sign off some extra hours for the guy. Just
yeah. At some point, it makes sense.
They're like, but it's going to stop working tomorrow, and he said it could take up to 20 hours. And I'm like, so finance doesn't have their report for a day or two. They'll live. We've had this new system for nearly 2 years, and this report was built 6 months ago, so they spent 18 months about it.
True. That is true.
Yeah, the business is not going to grind to a halt. Finance will be upset, but yeah, it's nothing that's going to...
They will live.
Yeah, they will live, yeah. And then it was the head of the IT and me and the trader were on a phone call discussing the situation. The trader was getting really quite like defensive and stuff, and I was like sitting there kicking like, I don't know why no one's in trouble over this. Like and he was going like, well, how much do finance need this report? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's just the head of finance that uses the report. And he's on holiday he's been on holiday for the last 2 weeks while we've been looking at this. He only came back yesterday, so we haven't really had much of a chance to run this by him up until then. And like,
you might wanna start jumping. Yeah, just did, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, like, projects never go according to plan. There's always something going wrong at the last minute.
Yes.
Yeah.
I very much agree. They never do.
Yeah. And over time, I've learned to just be like, well, something's gone wrong. We'll sort it.
Yes, this is literally the approach. Stuff happens. It's expected. Moving on.
But, oh yeah, the trader was driving me nuts. He was like ringing me or chatting to me like 6-7 times a day at some points, you know, asking questions about stuff, including stuff we'd already gone over. And I was just like, and I just kind of wanted to grab him and just go, the data is fine. Stop panicking.
Yeah. We are not losing hundreds of millions a second.
Yeah.
Quiet down.
Yeah. It was like, did you test the Power BI reports? And I'm like, why would I test the Power BI reports? I tested the views they were based on. And like, and they all had the exact same data. So when you change the reports over, the reports will be fine.
Yep.
And to be fair, there was one hiccup on one of the reports I was working on where like I was like to the finance guy, I was like, I've changed this report over. Please test it tomorrow. And then the next day came back with like, these pages of the report look blank. And I was like, why do they look blank for him and not for me? So I took a quick look and he was like, and it was the filter. And so what had happened was there was this field that was put together based on a left. And so this person was like, the person that built these reports originally, before they got handed over to me, had done a filter on a field where he was taking like the ledger value or an account value from the start of a big long string and using that account value to filter. So like in the SQL query, it had like a left 4 characters, and the field he was doing that from was a concatenated field using a function called concatenate WS, which I noticed was created that field slightly differently, and so I did wonder if that was going to cause any hiccups. So like it concatenated together 4 different fields, but often only the middle 2 fields were populated, and they'd put a separator of like a little dash, and so because it had changed from nulls to blanks on the new one, right? It didn't put the dash in if one of the fields was null, but it did put it in if it was blank. So it changed to having little dashes at the front, because of the first field was often not entered, didn't have any data in it, but there went to blank instead of being null. And it just, so what happened was that the left statement on the SQL query trying to pull out the first like 5 digits no longer worked because it had this other stuff at the front.
Yep.
And
Gotcha.
then and his saved report had the old filter value set, and so it didn't match anything in that field anymore. And so I was like, oh yeah, okay. Took me like 45 minutes to figure it out, and once I found the field, I was like, oh, I just need to substring this to go like 3 characters in and take 5 characters or something, and that fixes it. There we go, done.
Yep. A fix for a few minutes, couple heads got hot for a second, and done.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny that the things that managers especially fake out about the most are like 2 minutes fixes.
This has always been the case at my work. It's not so much the freak out stuff, right? It's like everybody asks me to do things in a pattern. They always ask for the really simple stuff, like it's going to be the hardest thing in the world. Like they go like, is it even possible to, you know, add this field into a report? It's like, well, yeah, that's 2 minutes worth of work. Like, it's literally already in the data set I've pulled behind the report. I just add the field to the screen. Like, and then they'll ask for things that are borderline impossible, like it's the easiest thing ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I just need you to add this data into this report, and could you have that to me the next hour or so? And then you're like, we don't even capture that data. How could I possibly do that? The data doesn't exist. Yeah.
Fair. Hey, we've crossed 30%.
Nice. Bum, 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 bum.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
Later on, when I'm not on stream, and you know, just to be a little bit little bit cautious. I will go visit that like Black and Sulfur world and send you a screenshot.
Okay, sure.
Frameshift drive charging.
I think it looks pretty cool. It's a cool looking world.
I'm sure it
And
does.
I'm thinking it might be the place I build my first tier 3 station above. Not as part of
okay.
not as the primary port.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'll drip feed that over a period of time.
I mean, I would have been happy to help with that, but oh boy. I am sure I will have what today kids call PTSD from this building for a few weeks at least.
Yeah. I don't know, like, once I claim the system I'm looking at, so I finished the outpost and the one I'm sort of doing to get there, and then claim that system. I might do a Coriolis as the primary port,
Okay.
which I think is quite reasonably doable, considering I won't be worried about anything else for the, like 4 weeks after that.
Navigation for next system.
Wait,
Frameshift engaged.
what did you just say?
I worded that badly. What I
Okay.
meant was that I won't be worried about trying to claim any other systems after this. I'll be like 6 decent sized systems, which I think is probably more than enough. And so, like, it doesn't really matter to me if it takes 4 weeks to build that Coriolis station, right, Leo? Like, it's... I can drip feed that as well, as long as I get it done within the 4 week time frame.
Oh, fair enough. What I just got confused because somehow my brain interpreted what you just said, that you won't be online and or available to play for 4 weeks. Like, wait, what?
No, I know.
Which is not even close what you said. But okay.
No.
My brain is broken.
What?
Granted, it's past 10 PM, so I have an excuse for that.
Yeah. I realized that, like, right after I said it, I was thinking through what I said, and I was like, that wasn't the best way to word that. That was like, that was a bit confusing. So that was totally my fault.
Fair enough. Do I want to ask what Kirk just responded to you with?
I have no idea. Let's go have a look. It's quite...
At least I think I heard it. I do have your stream muted, but I think I heard it through the microphone.
Nothing in voice attack has been recognized for a while,
Very
so I think it must have been some flavor text. Like that, he often says something when you're jumping and that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Oh. I do wonder how much they're going to change the system economy stuff, though. I have a guess.
Okay. And the guess is?
So I think they'll keep like the whole planetary system, like local body thing, impacts the economy of what's on it or orbiting it, right? But I think what they need to do is make, like, I think they said if you create an asteroid base, it defaults to type extraction, which is fine because it's in a ring or a asteroid belt, right? Makes sense to me. I think they need to Like, because you got a system economy, right? Like, so I think all they probably need to do is make anything orbiting a gas giant or something simply have the economy of the system, I guess. And if you want to build like a little sub-economy somewhere
Docking request granted.
within the system on a particular planet, you can. But they also need to fix things like having more than one tier 2 or tier 3 like port or starport only has stuff from the local body on one of them, and slot 0, anything outside slot 1 or 0, whatever it is, starport's not picking up anything. Those bugs they need to fix. But I think like you know, you pump down a bunch of extraction settlements and refinery hubs or something, and you can turn your whole system extraction refinery.
Docking successful.
That should then flow through to the starports around gas giants and stuff. And then maybe you got another world, like, you know, another planet somewhere where you put down some, like a high-tech settlement and put a agricultural thing in orbit around it or something, and it changes the economy or anything in that particular space. That's probably the easiest fix, I guess.
I mean, it sounds decent, so we will have to wait what they decide to do, but yes.
So I was looking at some of my stuff. So if I go galaxy map, trying to work it out.
Welcome to stellar cartography.
Okay, Kirk. So I went into the map and then he took me out of the map. Because he heard the phrase. Right. Fine. Whee! So which ones have I built up?
Becoming elite
This
is a
one.
dangerous journey.
So I was trying to work this one out based on the current rules, right? So this station here... No, that's not a station. What is that? It's a satellite. So that's got nothing because it's orbiting a gas giant. This has an extraction hub on it, which should then have got changed maybe based on what the satellite is. No, extraction settlement, I think it was. Where is it? It's a mining settlement. Is there a way to see what it sells? This one?
Not that I'm aware of. The data is usually appended when you open the market itself, and you have to be actually docked at the station for that. So I don't think so.
This is it exports water, limpets, and rutile. So I think the thing in orbit around it wasn't any particular like. I can't remember what that satellite was. I think if I was to go click another one. What was the satellite? It was might have been a relay station. I wanted to put in a security installation, which I think required a relay station. So it should have, by rights, it should make that thing mining high tech, that ground station, but Well, that's not going to do anything. That is orbitable food installation, like the agricultural one. So that should have some impact on the ground things, is my understanding. And this will just be when it's the asteroid base until they fix whatever it is. That was where the refinery hub was. So if I was to build a port above that, it could possibly pick up the refinery status, I guess, like a Coriolis or something. And that one has like a tier 1 planetary port that I haven't even started on yet. We can also throw a refinery hub there as well, I guess, to make a refinery or something. I don't know, it's just interesting trying to figure out what I might do. Anyway, back to hauling. I think I handed in, didn't I? Yep, cool. Bigger ship. It's probably a closer place to pick up steel and titanium and stuff.
Retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I am debating, however, between once I start developing a system up properly, whether I go back to that first system and continue working on it initially, or if I develop one of the systems out here.
Charging.
Because we are getting quite far away from, we're not hugely far away, but we are getting a little bit far away from the
4, 3,
mega ship.
Transmitter light velocity reached.
So having a local supply of like steel and titanium and stuff would be quite useful, I think, right?
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
Well, I mean, yes. So I'm not going to say no, but you know, I don't know if searching for a semi-random system with materials, that not all of the materials that I need,
warning. Temperature critical.
is going to be preferable to just, you know, well, okay, fine, the distances are probably going to get larger
Oh.
and larger. I agree to that, but I don't know. I'm somewhat considering that I will just keep jumping back to the mega ship.
Yeah. I'll definitely jump back to the mega ship early on in the construction project, right? When you've got all those little fiddly things. I just think it might be helpful if, like, once you, like, if you're trying to build a tier 2 or a tier 3 thing, and you got, like, you know, thousands of tons of steel and titanium and stuff, having a decent local supply of that might be time saving.
There.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected. Is
Wee.
Frameshift drive charging.
My Fortress Coriolis station on my second system is also orbiting a gas giant, so we'll be selling nothing but bio waste
4,
at the moment.
3,
For a while, yeah.
Yeah. So they really do need to fix that. I think,
Rather sooner than later, but
yeah.
granted, it's not really important, so okay, fine, maybe not.
key systems are at optimum levels.
I think it could be important to some people. It's not as important to me at the moment. But also, like, I don't feel like it should be, well, okay. let me rephrase that. I feel like in most games it wouldn't be that hard to fix, but maybe in Elite it's a little bit harder, considering the, as you said in the past, I'm pretty sure they're just tying into however the BGS works, right? So if they make modifications to how the system economy works through colonized systems, there's probably changes across the entire background, like simulation sort of logic. So maybe it will take them a few weeks to
Navigation for next
get that sorted.
I would say it depends, at least partially, on the collected system that they have to that.
Arrival in 5, 4.
Like, okay, if the collected systems can pick up the changes that make seamlessly, then probably it's not going to be that hard. But if the collected systems need to be updated and or even changed to support the changes they make, it might be harder.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just. Like, I think they'll be a little bit cautious of making rush changes that might impact existing pre-colonization systems in terms of, you know.
Yeah. I do wonder how much it's going to bite them in the ass that the current workarounds for getting economy up will make a problem for them. Like, do they decide to keep it, or do they decide to change it and possibly screw up the systems people have worked on and got already set up? You know, what do they choose to do?
Yeah. Well, I feel like I put my speed in the blue on the 6-second thing there, but it still was going way too fast for some reason. Alright, let's...
Gotta get in a loop of glory at least once.
Per docking, yes. No. So yeah, it is interesting, right? Like, you are right, like if they change it drastically and people building for the current system, they get screwed over. Yeah. But they do need to change it because some of it just does not work. It's a little bit of a balancing act. Like I said, I think keeping the local body influence is fine, and then just making everything else that's built in the system have the whatever the system economy is, if it's around a gas giant or something, or a non-landable planet. Apparently, you can influence the system economy of a starport with like other orbital installations. So like that system you had where you built that Coriolis with like on the one sun thing to get out here, you could change that Coriolis's economy probably by, depending on which slot it was built in, I guess, but probably by building in like installations in the other two slots.
Landing gear deployed.
Alright,
Oh look, we're parking right next to each other.
are we?
Yeah, you are parking in 5, I'm parking in 6. Which is,
Alright.
you know, to
Yeah.
your left, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
Left,
behind
I think.
the ship.
Well, to your left, but yes.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright. Oh, making some noise. Alright. I'll actually need to go use the bathroom, so I will take a 3-minute ad break here, and I'll be back shortly. Yep. Be right back. Alright, we're back. There we go. Commodities market. Doop, 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 doop. Oh, sources back to this view. There we go. Steel. What can I get in that? Required steel amount down a little bit.
At maximum capacity.
Yeah, it's funny that the mega ship is always running out of materials that I'm trying to collect. Like when I was collecting liquid oxygen, it had hundreds of thousands of titanium. Once I got done with that, well, titanium now is at non-existent levels. Next question, please.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Like,
Landing gear retracted.
the labels do seem to jump around a fair bit.
Engines engaged.
Yep.
And you think, like, if steel was, I guess CMM composites got buffed a fair bit, so they're probably refreshing a lot faster than steel and titanium and stuff. But
Frameshift drive charging.
let's have a drink while I'm jumping. Doop, 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 doop.
4,
Vector
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Most of the time I show up there though, it's got enough for for a full load of steel or close to a full load of steel, so that's fine. I can keep staying at that level.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright. I finished watching the latest season of Reacher. It's a fun show.
Haven't gotten around to that one yet. But I imagine it is fun. Unless they screw it up, like, majorly, but yeah.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And there was a new animated show on Netflix, like, it was like called The Wolf King or something. It was like about a werewolf, and I was like, ah, cool, I like werewolf like stuff. So I started watching it. Oh my god!
Color Mr. Bright.
I gave up after 2 episodes. It was like,
Fair.
I was like, the animation was, it was like 3D animation, but it was like kind of clunky. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't look that good, in my opinion anyway. But I could have lived with that, but the main character was a fucking idiot. He's just an absolute fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Frameshift
gotcha.
drive charging.
Navigation for next system.
2, 1. Engage.
Yeah.
All systems check.
Once the
No unusual.
station is finished, if the lockdown status is still present, but if it is, I will probably whip up the combat ships and go clean up this system a little bit. I'm
Makes
yearning for
sense.
combat. But currently don't have time for it. If I don't want to fail this colonization effort. Granted, it is not in danger
Yeah,
of
well.
being failed, but you know.
You probably, I mean, at some point you probably have enough time to do like a couple of hours of combat to break up the monotony, but you wouldn't be able to
Probably,
go
yes,
to
yeah.
sustained. Yeah. I mean, we're less than a week into building it, and over 30%. So. It's just,
Well, I'll be happy when the required amount of materials, like together, drops below like 20,000-30,000. Then I will breathe a little bit.
yeah.
We are quite far away from that. Yeah.
Well, it's not even below
Like we are
100,000
what
yet.
at 140, 60,000 still. Go.
It was like 240, 260, like total materials, something like that required.
The total is 239,780.
So I overestimated slightly. That's alright. That makes sense, yeah. 100, yep, okay, 30%, yep. Yeah, my maths was off there.
It is early morning, so understandable. Well, not quite.
Well,
but
it's
you get
like nearly 11.
Landing gear deployed.
I haven't had any caffeine. That's my excuse.
it. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. A little bit of a dehydration headache happening last night. So I'm drinking water this morning. I drank a fair bit of water last night too, so I'm mostly feeling better now.
Yeah, seems like you had a rough week
Docking successful.
Ah,
for a
man.
few days.
This was having trouble getting to sleep. You know, I wanted to stream in the mornings to try to get to sleep relatively early and just not being tired. And then it's like, God damn it, you know. So
Yeah, and your brain responded, not today, bye.
yeah, basically. So yeah. So like when we streamed Elite during the week, I had a bad night's sleep, but that was the first bad night's sleep, and then I was going to stream the Rock Galactic. So Elite was what, Tuesday morning? I was going to stream the Rock Galactic Wednesday morning, and I was went and going into the office Thursday, so I didn't want to have to cut the stream too short to try and like, you know, get sorted to do that. So I was like, okay. Tuesday night, bad night's sleep, I was like, that's fine. It'll be fine. Streamed, and yeah, it was mostly fine. And then I was like, I must have gotten overtired, I guess, by the time I tried to go to bed Tuesday night, because I just couldn't get to sleep. And then I was like, well, screw it, I'm not going to be able to, I don't think I should be getting up and streaming in the morning. I'm going to need the sleep. I can do one night of crap sleep and be alright, but 2 nights in a row tends to cause problems.
Understandable. I mean, to be fair, I've crashed out yesterday, basically. It was like, I don't know, 10:30 in the evening, when I
Ship released.
laid in the bed. I was like, okay, I'm gonna play something on my phone for like 5 minutes and then return to holding. And then it was 10 AM in the morning. So yeah, I slept for what, almost 11 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, last night I went to bed. I was about to go to bed, and my partner, she's been doing late nights at the moment, just because she's like watching stuff on her phone and other bits and pieces that keeps her up. And so she was like, "Oh, you've been on the computer and like half the afternoon after you got off work, and now you're going to bed." She's like, "I want you to spend some time with me," and I'm like, "All right, well, I can sit here on the sofa, but I'm tired enough that I'm going to fall asleep in 5 minutes. Will you be happy enough if I'm out here on the sofa but snoring?" And she's like, "Yeah, that's fine." So fell asleep on the sofa and then woke up at about 3:30 in the morning and was like, right, I'm actually going to the bed because my knee is getting sore.
Critical.
So switched to the bed, fell back asleep, and then she woke me up at about 5:30 in the morning when she came to bed, and then the alarm woke me up after that.
Frameshift drive.
It wasn't too
Yeah.
bad a night's sleep.
Frameshift power engaged. No anomalies detected. Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5,
To
4, 3.
to be fair to her, I have been playing on the computer a lot the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
So I've been trying to carve out a bit of time for her. We watched a movie the other night, and
Something interesting.
I'm gonna take her out for lunch probably tomorrow.
Frameshift drive charging.
At
Nice.
lunch after stream.
Four, three, two, one. Engage.
It's difficult balancing everything sometimes, right?
I mean, obviously,
Work.
streaming is not easy, work is not easy, and balancing all that together with personal life, yeah, okay, no.
Yeah. Well, streaming is and isn't easy, right? It's not that hard to stream, but like, you always feel like you're supposed to be doing all these things, like, editing videos and all this other stuff as well. That's what starts chewing up a lot of time. Like, you look at the advice people have and they're like, you should plan your streams, or you should create, like, each stream should have a part where you're planning to create a good content YouTube video out of it, or, or something, and you're like, oh my god, that sounds like a lot of effort. Especially for longer form YouTube videos, because even like, a lot of the time, to try and get them polished up, like, takes a fair bit of work if it's more than like a short. And so it's like, and then you realize that all the streamers that are like making good money from this, like all the like real top streamers, are all like, paying editors and other stuff to do all that for them.
Yeah, but you have to work up to being
Yeah.
able to pay people for things.
Yes, yes.
I don't think you are quite there yet.
Yeah, that's right. Like, it's like, I'd love to be able to do that, but I don't have the money, and the streamer's not making the money, and money I make from work is going towards real life,
Yep,
expenses.
exactly.
So it's just that it doesn't really work right away, but it just becomes this. Just becomes this hassle where you see people posting, they're like, they're photo YouTube content creators, and like, you should be spending this many hours a day planning your stream, and then like this many hours a day like sorting out this and that, and you're like, oh, you have bloody editors and teams and stuff you're working with. I mean, it's even like, I saw Bikini Bottom's like stream. Have you seen that before? That's like Numi, Bao, the Whale, and Shy Lily.
I don't think so. I don't really watch the streamers themselves.
Oh, they're all VTubers.
I mean, I know that I meant VTubers. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mostly know them from the YouTube videos.
Yeah. Well, this is.
I don't watch their streams.
Yeah. Well, this was. I think I was. When I say I saw their stream, I saw part of their stream on a YouTube video. Is probably more accurate.
Where?
And they were discussing embarrassing things their house cleaner has found. And the thing I took out from that was all three of them make enough money from streaming that they have house cleaners.
Yeah, that is kind of the implication, isn't it?
Yeah. All three of them aren't cleaning their houses themselves. They're spending all their time like streaming and going to the conventions and stuff. They're like paying people to do all their housework, you know. So, well, probably not quite all their housework, but
Enough of it to have embarrassing stories about it.
yeah. So it's like, right, so the top streamers are making enough money to pay for a housekeeper, pay for video editors, pay for, you know. So the reality is their day is probably thinking up ideas for stream, making the stream, and then like dealing with paying people for other services.
Yep.
It would be nice, but yeah.
Maybe one day.
Maybe. Who knows? Not a lot of steel this time, but it's okay. Well, what's there? Grab aluminium, I guess.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Honestly, like, I don't even know that I desire to be, you know, humongously big
That big?
streamer. Yeah.
Mm.
It'd be nice.
I mean, of course you do, but you know.
I mean, if it happened, I wouldn't complain, right? But I don't know that that's...
It's not quite the goal, but
No.
if it happens, you won't complain, exactly.
Yeah. I'd probably be more than content just being one of those streamers that makes enough from it to like make a little bit of money to invest back into the stream and, you know, have the occasional dinner out paid for by the stream.
Gotcha.
And that would be plenty.
Out of curiosity, how much money do you get from my sub, from the $5 one? Oh, euro one, but whatever.
I think it's about $2 something. $2. I think I get about 50% of it. Or maybe 30%. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think I get 30% of advertising and 50% of the sub.
Fair enough.
But, I mean, at this point in time, you can't even get a revenue payout from Twitch until you've made more than $50 US.
Well, okay, yeah fair.
So...
You are not there yet.
Not the, no.
Yeah, even my, what is it, 7 months, it's not even close.
No, and yeah,
$50.
and ad revenue is like only a fraction of what I make from each month from that one sub. Like, so it's, I'm making probably $3 something a month.
I mean, it's $3 you enjoyed earning, if you will. Well, enjoyed playing games, earning.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that I would be playing the games anyway, right? Like.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I wouldn't be getting up at like 7:30 in the morning to do it, but I actually still enjoy streaming, so.
Yeah.
It's fine, right? Like. I did notice, like, you sort of got to the, I got to the end of last year, right? Or early January this year. And lots of streamers were like, that I know that like, you know, that I you know, have interacted with, all the smaller type streamers, you know, we're putting all their goals up on, like Twitter and stuff.
To engage. 4, 3,
And their goals are like, get to 20, like, average viewers or something, you know, or do this and do that. And they're all goals that are like,
Scanning for anomalies.
hard to achieve, I guess. And so the list of goals I put up were more things that were in my control that might lead to growth in the channel, but might not. But like, ultimately, I'm pretty sure growing a channel comes down to at least about 60% luck. So,
frameshift drive charging.
Not sure about the percentage, but at least half of it I would agree with, yes.
yeah. So I saw a video a little while back by one of the big streamers, Queso, and he was just like, it was like, it's 90% luck. He's basically said, it's like 10% hard work in there. He's like, to get big, like you need to keep working at it until that luck hits. It's like, but then it's luck after that. And I think I saw a video a while back, like 2 years ago or something, from Ludwig, who talked to a whole bunch of big streamers and said, what is the most important factor in making it big? And 9 out of 10 of them said luck, basically. Like, other factors do play into it, but the biggest one by far is just, yeah, so.
Yeah, I agree.
So I set my goals as things like, have fun, make more friends, you know, do more collabs, which is one I haven't been very good at, but I will work on that. Work on my Discord, which again, I still haven't worked on. I do need to go back and check that list of goals, actually. But there are things like more in my control, I guess. If that makes sense.
Yep, gotcha.
Things I can get to the end of the year, and if I've only grown like a couple of viewers, or, you know, I can still look back at the goals and go, yes, I did that, I didn't do that one very well, I did that one. Yeah.
Oh, I don't mean to, well, I'm not sure if scare is the correct word, but scare ya. It's almost April. Get on it.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about it the other day, that's why it was on my head this morning, and, well, today, that's why, you know, something around the back of my head and it came up in conversation, I guess.
Docking request granted.
Yep.
And I need to still work on making more edited videos. I did a few, I've done some, but it's just hard finding the time. Like, it's
Understandable.
easy to throw together a quick short or TikTok video based on a clip. But actually editing that clip to be more polished and stuff ends up adding a lot of time to the process. And it's been hard to find the time.
So what I'm hearing, you need to take a vacation for a week every month and do that. Yeah, I don't know how you will pay for it. That's a different question.
I do have a lot of annual leave.
Yeah, but using it for working on streams is probably not the best of ideas.
Probably not. I'm pretty sure I have infinite sick leave as well. Maybe I could just be sick for 2 years.
Accessible. Engines disengaged.
That's a big gamble to make it big in 2 years. Don't go for it.
Oh, no, then I'll be like, no, then, you know, then I'll just go back to work and be like, I'm healthy again. I'll be like, yeah, no, you don't work here anymore.
Yeah, and haven't for quite a while.
Yeah, we fired you 18 months ago.
Yep.
I do have so there's Easter coming up at the end of April.
That is true.
A New Zealand holiday, annual holiday, so at the Friday after Easter. So taking the 3 days off between Easter and that, which means I get the Easter Friday, the weekend, that whole week, and then the weekend again. So maybe I will put aside a day to catch up on editing videos.
Sure.
Where am I? What am I doing? I have... I think
You are at my system and trying to either deliver or launch to go to the collection site.
That is what I'm doing, yes. I've just delivered.
No worries. I only know because I see you on the other side of my colonization ship.
It's easy to lose track of what exactly you're up to.
Yes, especially when it's repetitive, monotonous work. And we talk a lot, so yeah, it's really easy to lose track. Like, what am I doing now? Alright, this.
Oh, you got an orca docked here. Apparently someone's bringing tourists to your construction ship.
Would be nice if they brought like vodka.
Wonder how much cargo you
I'm
could.
fairly sure we need it.
Wonder how much cargo you could fit in a beluga.
Not sure, but at least couple hundred for sure.
Yeah, I doubt it's as much as a Type 9 or a Carter. Else people would be using those to lug cargo around. By those I mean belugas. I'll be using belugas to lug cargo around. So just imagine a beluga that's half passenger liner, half cargo ship, and they're like, "Yes, welcome to our cruise. We're just going to be dropping some cargo off on the way."
Technically, you included.
Yeah. I always wondered if you could do that. Yes, pay for my ship. I'll take you to a system, and then you show up somewhere and you're like, I've got a whole bunch of Imperial slaves for sale.
Well, no, you cannot upgrade passengers to
Can't double
sellable
dip.
commodity.
You can't double dip. You can't collect the passenger fee and then sell them. Damn.
Nope. When the Targoids, what are they called? Whatever, the variant that basically pulls you out of hyperspace, scans you and steals your cargo. Well, okay, your escape pods. When that came out like a year ago, a lot of commanders were doing the thing that they blew up a pirate, collected the escape pod, and then purposefully delivered it to the Targoids. Which I just found quite funny.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like here, an extra punishment for you. You go to Targoids.
Yeah. You're not going to a prison ship. You're going somewhere else.
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, people are. That would happen in real life too. Like if this was a real life scenario, there'd be like some cult that's like, "We worship the Fargoids, deliver the human sacrifices."
I mean, there is actually, I think, lore that some of the occupants of the galaxy, if you will, are Sargoid worshippers, and they actually are actively hoping for the Targoids to recognize them and turn them into Targoids, like physically Targoids. I think that's an actually established lore.
Maybe that's where all the scouts come from. Maybe that's all the people that have been kidnapped in the escape pods.
Not sure if Targoids think that much of us, but maybe, yeah.
Always wondered how it works. Like they because they're all sort of organic vessels, right? Like, so like, just do if scouts survive long enough, do they grow up to be an interceptor?
That is also a theory, one of the theories. But yeah, that they do. But yeah. There is no hard evidence for it. But yes.
Did you see the thing about the Titans reforming? Was
Yes, they fixed it like a week later. After fixed it, that's. Thank you for noticing. It's not happening. They are now more apart. Keep playing.
yeah. People are like FDM are sneakily reforming the Titans. Look. And FDM's like, oh,
I mean,
that
I
was a bug.
wouldn't put it past them, if you have to be honest.
And FDM's like, oh no, that's a bug. We're fixing that. It's like,
Yeah. This is gonna hurt. Maybe. I don't know why I avoided it. Good. Almost crashed into the Trailblazers dream. I guess it.
it's
Almost being the keyword.
well, you know, almost doesn't count.
Yeah.
So.
Identifying
Ooh.
Ooh, interdiction.
Yeah, but it's the Navy.
Oh. Okay.
Well, you know,
Yeah, I gotcha. System police.
it's the authorities.
I mean,
Also-
you can blow them up if you want to.
Frameshift drive charging.
No. I always found it weird that I don't get a fine when I jump out immediately and don't give them time to scam me.
1. Engage.
That is kind of, yeah, I actually thought of that myself, and I was like, we have pulled you down on official business for official scan. You are running. Why are you running?
Yeah.
Do you have anything to hide?
Yeah, like it's like if you were pulled over by the cops for a traffic stop and they were like, pull over, and you're like, yes sir, and then they pull over and you just floor it out of there. And the cops are like,
Yep.
well, it seems fair. Like, looks legit.
Must have been in a hurry.
Yeah.
Never mind.
It's just not the way it would work in real life. It's just,
Not quite.
you'd have a full-on police chase behind you, the police helicopter overhead. Eventually, they'd be like,
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to run far.
cops are going, we need some spike traps laid out.
Not quite in space, but yeah, I get it. It's kind of funny that when you do enough crime that you get the ATRs for you, like the Advanced Tactical Response Units, after you. When they jump in, they actually announce system-wise, well, maybe not system-wise, but the instance-wise, that nobody jump out. This is the police. You are forbidden to jump out. If you do, you will be destroyed. And you're like that. You are sitting there like, and what the hell are you going to do if I do? They don't actually chase you. They do try to shoot you if you try to jump out. That is true. They do converge on you if you start to charge up your frameshift drive, but they don't have the capacity to cancel your frameshift drive.
Yep. It reminds me of I think you've watched too many of the Star Wars shows, have you? I don't.
No.
There's one
But
called.
feel free to spoil away. I don't really care for them.
There's one called The Mandalorian, and they had a spin-off one about Boba Fett.
4, 3, 2.
And so The Mandalorian was a show about this guy called Din Djarin, who's like a Mandalorian thing after the events of like the Star Wars original trilogy, I guess. And Mandalore's been destroyed by the Empire and stuff, right? The home planet.
Okay.
And he's running around. But at one point, he's helping Boba Fett, who somehow survives a Sarlacc pit due to his Mandalorian armor. So I don't know if you've saw the original Star Wars movies where Boba Fett ends up in the Sarlacc pit. But he officially escapes, yeah. And so, his ship got blown up. Like, the Mandalorian dude's ship got blown up. And so he's looking for a new ship, and he ends up getting, like, Tatooine, he ends up getting the speeder that, Anakin Skywalker, I think, or the ship that, like, the Naboo fighter that Anakin Skywalker showed up to Tatooine on at one point. And, there's, like, this mechanic there, and he gets it outfitted, and they're, like, he's like, this thing is tiny compared to, like, the cargo ship I had. And she's like, it's a wreck. And she's like, we're gonna fix it up. Trust me, it's gonna be epic. And like, they fix it up, and he takes it for a flight, and the thing hauls. It's moving through like around the deserts of Tatooine, like moving like a speeder, basically, like a very small ship. It's like X-wing sized, right? And it's like, and they put in this like afterburner switch, and he goes for a flight up, and he's run into trouble with the galactic authorities before, like the actual, like what the Rebel Alliance becomes. So he's not quite an outlaw, but he sort of doesn't like you know. And then like he's flying along, and these two X-wings pull up on him, and they're like, "You were dangerous flying close to the ship," because he was just checking it out, right? Flying around this cargo ship, and they're like. One of them's like, wait, I recognize your voice. And he just like flips the switch on his afterburners, and he just vanishes into the distance. So one of the X-wing fighters is like, did he engage his hyperdrive? And the other dude's like, nope, he's just that faster than normal space. He's just gone, he was vanished.
Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of. He basically got pulled up by the cops, and they were like, wait, do we know you? And he's like, afterburners. God. The Mandalorian is actually a good series, if you do.
So I've heard.
Yeah. If you do decide to check any of them out.
I don't much care about the series or anything that came out in the past few years about Star Wars. I might at some point, but not all of it, definitely.
Yeah, they're very hit and miss, right? Like, I mean, I enjoy even the bad ones to some extent, you know. But I do get the point of the people that look at some of the series and go, like, this is a bit, like,
Cargo hold.
you know.
Maximum capacity.
Yep.
This one isn't very good, like, you know.
Landing gear retracted.
Yep.
You can still enjoy a show while recognizing that it has faults, I guess.
Definitely. Like, there's no doubt about that. Which is, yeah. I'm just not in the mood to give them the time of my life at the moment.
Yeah, there are a lot of them.
Yes.
And it's the same with like the Marvel TV shows and stuff as well. Like it's
Yeah, at some point I tried like watching the entire timeline of Marvel, but then I discovered that there is like 40 movies and another 3 shows, each having several seasons, and I'm like, yeah, no, next.
yeah. Yeah, it's like me with Supernatural, like the TV show. Like everyone tells me it's great,
Drive charging.
and I'm like, I should watch it, and then I look at it, and it's like 9 seasons or something. Yeah, I'm like going like,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, I have the time. Like if I'd been watching it from the get-go, it would be fine. But like,
4, 3,
Yeah, well, that argument kind of falls flat for me at least, because then you have the counter argument for me at least that, well, you've watched 17 seasons of Stargate
Ready.
several times over now. What's your excuse for not watching insert series that has similar amount of seasons? Albeit I still do have, wait, no, what I want to say. I still have yet to see the Stargate Origins series, which is like 10 episodes, I believe.
Drive charging.
Not sure I've seen that one either, actually.
Yeah, it's somewhat recent, well, recent in, you know, movie or series terms, but somewhat recent, like last couple of, I don't know, years, 5 to 6 years, maybe.
Yeah, it's recent in terms of Stargate. Yep.
Yep. And the story is about pre-main series, I think even pre-movie events, like how the Stargate got started and found on Earth, even before the Catherine story. I'm not sure if you know what Catherine is, but it doesn't really matter.
Not off the top of my head.
Frameshift drive.
She was the daughter of general that first discovered that the Stargate goes places, I guess.
4.
One of the episodes was where they rescued her fiance Ernest something from a planet where the DHD was destroyed, and the place was like a meeting race for the 4 great races. It was one of the first few episodes.
That's kind of cool. I remember there was mention in one of the great races, like they showed up somewhere, the people looked really primitive, and it turned out that they were one of the great races, and then like sort of like after they left, you got to see like behind the curtain there were these big behind the solution field there was these big cities and stuff.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive.
That was an interesting episode, yeah.
Yeah, and then they never really showed up again that I could recall.
They did, but not like in full force. They do have few more episodes with them.
4,
Vector.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
They play fairly, well, not major, but important enough role in the Toland's story arcs.
Okay. Yeah, I just probably don't remember. It's been a while. And to be fair, I'd watched a lot of it just on normal TV, so there's probably episodes and stuff I missed.
Fair. Well, I just thought of a better description of who Catherine is. Catherine is the woman that recruited Daniel to first unlock the Stargate in the movie.
Ah,
That's
yes.
it. That's Catherine.
Alright. Yeah, I did watch the original Stargate movie. It's been so long now that I don't remember all the finer
I mean-
details.
Yeah, but this is kind of an important one, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But that would probably trigger your memory better than a semi-random episode from a long-running series.
You know, it's I did enjoy Stargate. It's one of those series that had a good sense of humor. You know,
Yeah, definitely.
like it had stakes and you know and perils and dangers and you know and stuff, but like the characters didn't take everything super seriously the whole time. You know.
Yep, I agree. It is a good mixture of humor, science, action. So, yeah, I agree.
Request granted.
Well, sci-fi science, but yes.
Yeah. The whole, yeah, like, oh, We're doing stuff with black holes that's never even been considered before, but I've worked out the science. You know, it's like after an hour,
exactly.
after an hour of thinking or something, I was like, yeah. I've long given up on accuracy of stuff in movies and TV shows and stuff.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, you do have to suspend your disbelief for most of the science fiction.
Yeah.
I mean, it is called fiction for a reason. Albeit science fiction, but fiction anyway.
Yeah. And you gotta remember that TV shows are trying to construct a story for the audience, right? Like,
Engines disengaged.
so they don't want to spend like, you know, if you're trying to hack something, you just want to show something being hacked. You don't want to show a hacker sitting there for like 3 weeks trying to work out different vulnerabilities in JavaScript, you know?
Yeah, I was about to mention the same example, so yeah, we are on the same page.
The other one I remember seeing a little while back was someone talking to a professional, well, not a professional, but like someone who does proper sword fighting with like broadswords and stuff, about like how good the sword fightings in the movies are, and he was like, well, they're not good. He's like, but that's not the point. He's like, they're completely opposite to what you're trying to achieve in a sword fight. He's like, so in a sword fight, you're trying to do small, subtle, deceptive movements that trick your opponent, and then you're trying to hurt them. He's like, and in a TV show, you're trying to do big choreographed things so that the audience doesn't get confused about what's happening in the fight, and you're trying to not really hurt the other person beyond, like, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like this is why you have so many cuts and not many thrusts in sword fighting things. He's like, thrusts are super effective, but they're dangerous in a choreography sense, and they're not as clear to the audience exactly what's happening.
Yep.
So,
As they say, the audience needs to be entertained.
yes, it's storytelling essentially.
Yeah. I like there is a show, unfortunately only with one season, but there is a spin-off show from God, what's the name of the movie? It's like a movie about a guy that becomes like really smart when he takes a pill, and he's a writer. What it's called? God damn it, I can't really think of it right now. Limitless. It's a fairly old movie.
I think I've seen that.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, there is a sorry. There is a spin-off show from that, and they break the fourth wall quite a lot, which is fine. But one of the episodes actually addresses the hacking issue in TV shows. And the guy that is taking the pill to become smart, actually breaks the fourth wall and explains that when they do the hacking scenes in shows and movies, like, it's really not that. It's really boring and boring through source code debugging and finding vulnerabilities, and what they do, because he needed to hack something.
Yeah.
Took him like 3 weeks. What they did was he explained basically what I just said, and then they decided to, like, okay, here is videos of cute dogs. Go have fun. I'll do the hacking thingy in the background. Quite funny.
I think I remember seeing that.
I can recommend the show if you haven't seen it. It unfortunately does have only one season. Not entirely sure why, but okay.
Frameshift drive charged.
Yeah, no, I think I have seen it. I do remember that. I think. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Like, I quite enjoyed that at the time as well.
Yeah.
Navigation for next system.
2, 1, engage.
If you want, like, other things that work the sort of the same way. I don't know if you've watched the Deadpool movies, but he breaks the fourth wall a lot in that as well.
Yeah.
Point 11. Stand
I haven't seen them all, but I've seen a few of them.
Yeah. Yes, I quite enjoy the Deadpool movies.
And yes, he does break the fourth wall quite a lot.
Yes, because he does it in the comics as well. He's one of the few characters
True.
that actually understands that he's in a comic book.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean,
Oh.
I haven't read the comic, but I'm aware that he does that in there as well.
One of the other ones is actually She-Hulk, and she breaks the fourth wall in the She-Hulk
Interesting.
TV show, and everyone hated it. It's like,
Yeah.
to be fair, like the She-Hulk TV show wasn't anywhere near as good as the Deadpool movies. It was,
Yeah, so I've heard.
yeah.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
It's because it's missing some of the subtlety of like the source material, I guess.
Yeah.
So like in the Marvel things, like, you know, like Bruce Banner has a hard time controlling his anger,
Drive charging.
right? And so like the Hulk is born from anger and stuff, and right, and then in the TV show, She-Hulk, she becomes the She-Hulk, and she's immediately got control.
3.
And
Yeah, I've heard the reviews, so
yeah,
yeah, they didn't quite stick to the stories from the comic books, and okay, well, that wouldn't be that much of a problem, but they changed the origin stories and the subtlety around the character to a point that it didn't really make sense or even was entertaining.
yeah. Well, they tried to play off the fact that Bruce has these rage issues, and like it took him years to get control in Hulk form,
Yeah.
right? As a male versus female thing. Oh, women are always have to control their anger all the time because they're always getting catcalled. Yeah, and it's like it's like yeah, okay, I get that point,
First
but
of all,
like
bullshit. For the
yeah.
second of all, that's not how that works.
yeah, it's like I get the point they're trying to go for, and it's fine to throw that kind of thing in there, but that's not really the explanation. Like it's like way too simplistic and stuff. It's like literally Bruce had an abusive childhood.
Yeah.
If you read a lot of the comics actually have the Hulk as a persona that existed in his head even before, like an alternate ego, even before he got hit by gamma radiation. So it's not a male versus female thing, it's a traumatic upbringing versus non-traumatic
Psychology thing, yeah.
thing, and that's far more deeper differences. Yeah.
Far more deeper and far more meaningful.
Yeah.
Then, oh no, I'm getting cut called, like, what?
Yeah. But there's never anything in any of the Marvel movies or TV shows that hint at that sort of dark childhood stuff of Bruce Banner. So I do need to check out the new Daredevil show though. They've released Daredevil was the Daredevil ones were quite good when they were released on Netflix.
Okay, I mean, enjoy, I guess.
Yeah, well, there was a whole series of stuff that wound up in like a lightweight Defenders series, which was kind of like the street level version of the Avengers, I guess. That came out on Netflix. It was like Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Iron Fist. And most of them were pretty good. Iron Fist was a little bit
Docking request granted.
a little bit rushed and a little bit lacking in some areas. It wasn't as bad as the critics made it out to be, though.
Yeah. Okay.
But because they were originally put on Netflix and not like on Disney, they were like darker themed shows.
Landing gear deployed.
And then, like, there was a thing where essentially Disney acquired the rights. There was something about the deal, like, after a period of time, like Netflix lost the rights and Disney got them as part of like, the deal that was originally made, I think, or something. And then, so now they're literally on the Disney platform.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Which actually, was it that or was it something else that fueled controversy? There were people complaining that Disney was always supposed to be family friendly and putting on these darker shows on there was a violation of what they was originally promised. I remember people complaining. I remember people complaining about that, and I was like, "God damn, Hit Monkey's been on that platform for like a year." Hit Monkey is one of the most violent animated shows I've ever seen in my life. Steel. I feel like the steel totals are barely moving every time.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
You do realize that you have just jinxed it, right?
No, I didn't mean that. I meant when I handed, like, you know.
Oh, okay.
It was 60,
then please do jinx it.
yeah, it was 60,000 something tons of steel, and it's still like 60,000 tons of steel.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, it's 60,000, and I'm handing in 696. I'm handing in what, like, a very small percentage.
Yeah.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Just chase ahead.
Good luck.
Whee! I don't know if you saw that from you outside your window. I think I passed too far underneath, but...
No, I didn't.
Frameshift drive charged.
It's alright.
Also, I was in the screen to select target, so...
All good.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I think you have a longer jump range than me, so you should get to there.
Readying for exit.
Well, it takes
Polarization.
me 4 jumps to get back.
Oh, me too. Apparently that slightly longer jump range doesn't matter.
Yep. I mean, when I'm full, as in right now, I am jumping, well, can jump 36 light years, according to the screen on the right.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I'll check once I'm out of the jump, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I am running a, like a experimental FCO, but I haven't put on the secondary, yeah, pre-engineered FCO, but I haven't put on the experimental effect. So let's have a look. Where does it tell me? Ship?
Ship and the last menu down.
Okay. 31 light years.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, it's not a huge difference.
No, it works out. 31 light years is enough.
Yeah, but I mean, this system is like 104 or something like that light years from the mega ship, so yeah, makes sense that we both would have 4 jumps to get there. Loaded.
Yep. I've only got 3 viewers at the moment, so which I think is me, you, and I don't know, someone else. But I might just pre-rolls to turn back on. So while I'm delivering, I might just run a 3-minute ad break. I'll still be playing the game. Nothing exciting's happening. There we go. Ads up. Turn the pre-rolls
Also, it's
back on.
get interdicted by a Targoid.
Yeah. Yeah. Get pulled out of, get interdicted in its entire pirate armada. Blow them up inside 3 minutes. I'd be like, people, ad break ends and be like, you missed it. I probably should try scheduling the ad breaks at some point. And just setting up a thing that tells me that I can, and then I can have a pause. Probably even put the pause option on my Stream Deck, because I don't use half the stuff on it, even though it's a tiny little Stream Deck. Yes, I have a Stream Deck. I'm halfway professional.
Getting there.
Stream Deck Mini. It has.
Wait, didn't you have a Stream Deck on the wishlist on Throne?
Yeah, I think it might have even been the Stream Deck or something else. I probably need to go and... I think I tried to remove it at one point and it wouldn't let me and I wasn't sure why. And now I need to go back in and try it again. Was either
I
misunderstanding
seem to
something?
remember that it was there, but might be wrong.
Yeah, I think I put it on there originally, and then at some point I had a bit of money and I was like, oh, I'll buy myself the mini one and try it out.
Okay.
It was mostly about, so mostly I have it set it up so I can set a marker, right? Or I can play 1 or 3 minute ads at a push of a button. I also have a thing called shield mode, which is if you get like bot rated or something, you can throw on shield mode and it turns off turns your thing into emote only and stuff. So I can do that and push of a button. And then the other thing is I can create there's a clip it button, so it'll create a instant 30-second clip on Twitch at the press of a button. But then I always find that I prefer to just go through and create the clips off the marker anyway, because like you want to try to adjust it to just get the stuff you want.
Yeah,
And a
that is true.
30-second instant clip is a bit of a rough
Hit and
pull.
miss.
Yeah, so you'd end up going in and adjusting that clip you create anyway, probably. And so I just put a marker instead. And then the other button is an arrow button which can go to another screen. I don't know what the other screen does. There's some volume controls and I can mute my mic and a few other bits. And is there another screen? Oh yeah, it's back to the first screen. You can set up multiple screens and scroll through. So I should figure out other useful stuff I can do with it.
Engines disengaged.
Maybe I can set up actual buttons just for stuff in Elite. I suppose that's what voice attack is supposed to be for. Should use that more actually. Galaxy map.
Yeah, that voice attack is something I'm probably never going to use simply because of I don't really like talking to my game and the game and or a program on my PC talking back to me. This is just such a like an alien concept to me. Like, okay, well, maybe not alien, but it's it's just so much against what I think about computers.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't want you talking to me. I don't want to talk to you. I want to be angry at you, but I don't want to be talk back.
Yeah. Let's try this again. Galaxy map. Nah, it's broken.
No.
Yeah, it's just not doing anything. What if I... Okay. Open galaxy map.
Hey, be careful where you're going.
Haha, it wasn't the wrong thing. Did something weird there. I can refresh my Twitch stream somehow. Alright. Open galaxy map. Open galaxy map.
As you wish.
There we are. This is half the reason why I don't use it as much as I should, is because it doesn't understand me half the damn time.
Yeah.
It's funny when it does random stuff though. Alright, up we go.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Yeah. Bum 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 bum.
Frameshift drive charging.
Was whoever building oh check a second. Was whoever was building Wasp 1, did they finish their build on that? Or their
Yes,
prime report?
in like a day.
Like a day. So they threw an outpost in
And
there.
haven't done anything else with it, I think. Maybe, don't quote me on that. Wait, no, I think they actually started 3 buildings in space around the main star.
Alright, so they're actually developing it as opposed to just bouncing
Look
on
like
and coming
it,
back
yeah.
and coming back to it later. Yeah. Makes
Exit
sense.
destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bum 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 bum. Alright, where am I going? This way.
Warning. Temperature critical.
There's still a fair number of systems out here within range of actual developed ones that have lots of
Frameshift drive
planetary
charging.
bodies and stuff. So I'm kind of surprised there isn't more happening out here over the last week.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it looks like they built 3 installations around the... What do you mean taking damage? Why? Oh, come on.
We fly into something while looking at the system map for the place.
Yeah, I forgot to throttle down. I crashed into the megaship. Anyway, yeah, they built 3 installations around the main star. Doesn't look like it's starport. It's just installations.
Oh, that means
Interesting names. Sweet Bacon. No, Beacon. Sorry. Archer City and Good Point. But build nothing else. No ground stations. No space stations around any planet.
installations are relatively quick to build. It's weird
Yeah, and
building
free
them
to
around
build.
the star though. Like, well,
Kind of.
it's probably not that weird, I guess, but it doesn't make sense in terms of they're not going to impact any ground-based economies or anything with the current.
Yeah, exactly.
Warning. Temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
All right.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
Are they at an acceptable level? That's good to know. Ooh, don't know where that yawn came from. Probably the interrupted sleep. All right, that's. Alright. Well, too fast, damn it. Loop of glory. Shouldn't be so bad if the ship turned a little faster.
I remember you complaining about that in the T10.
Well, yeah, this, to be fair, this turns faster than that, but again, not by a huge
Not
amount.
by a lot.
Yeah. Like in other ships, if I fly past something, I'll turn around and I'll end up pointing straight back at it. And this one, and the Type 9, I'll fly past something and I'll turn around. And unless I zero my speed, I'll end up just orbiting around the thing, trying to turn around.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
It's a interesting study on orbital mechanics, but not exactly what I want to do.
Docking request granted.
I do remember some, I remember seeing an interesting video on orbital stuff, actually. Quite weird the stuff you come across when you're looking at things.
Deployed.
And it described orbit as falling towards something, but also moving sideways so fast that you end up missing it and then just going around again.
Yep.
And I pointed out that when you see rockets going into space, that they tend to curve, like a big curvy trail, because they're actually like trying to get sideways speed as much as they are trying to go up.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Steel.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
You got the steel for a steal.
That was a terrible fun.
I know, right? Which is why I'm strangely proud of it.
As you should be.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay.
4,
Leaving
3, 2,
system.
1. Engage. Frameshift drive charging.
I do find it funny that all the stations sell bio-waste though.
3, 2, 1.
Sorry?
See, I do find it a little bit funny that all the stations sell bio-waste though. They're like, it's a product. We
Oh.
produce it.
Yeah. Quite organically at that too.
Yeah.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
I do get that sometimes, you know, like agricultural settlements may want to buy it for fertilizer or whatnot, but
True.
at the same time, like, I feel like they would have to pay people to come and collect it as it builds up.
Frameshift drive charging.
Or maybe not, I suppose. You could just jettison it into space.
If you then you mentioned the jettison into space, there was a YouTuber which I don't remember the name of, but he was an Imperial, well, pledged to an Imperial power in game,
Yeah.
and role played as an Imperial, and he was describing, well, he was doing kind of reviews of ships, and when he goes to the Federal Corvette, well, obviously it's a Federation ship,
Yeah.
he decided to end the video with, or well, to review, like more like the video, but the review he decided to end it with collecting a bunch of bio-waste and then dropping it in space around Earth. Like, okay, weird action, but sure, that works, I guess, for comedic purposes.
Someone who's really into their role playing as an Imperial.
Yeah.
Drive charging.
I always like the ship reviews done by a channel called The Pilot.
Yes.
And I was kind of hoping you'd come back
Exit
and
destination confirmed. Arrival
recreate
in
them
5,
for the new
4,
ships
3,
as well, but
I don't think they did all the ships that are in game, did they?
they did at the time, I think.
Oh, they
Pretty
did.
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. I thought they only covered like a few of them, not all of them, like all the 37 something ships.
No, I'm pretty sure they did. They ended it. The last ship they covered was the Federal Corvette. I think that was the 37th.
enough.
Don't quote me on that though. I'd have to go back and have a look. It's been a
I'm
little
not,
while.
but
Yeah.
it has been a little while, yes. And to be fair, I was only interested in the ships that I was flying to see what they thought of it. It was quite an interesting channel when they
Yeah.
did elite content. I think they switched to Star Citizen.
Yeah, maybe I'll have
I
to
don't
go
know.
back
I
and have
don't
a look.
remember. No,
Makes sense.
I
But,
believe they switched to Star Citizen. But yeah. Yes, it does make sense. I mean, you know, the game was the Elite wasn't in the right place to continue making content for it
Yeah.
for a while. I think even Commander Exegius quit for a while.
Yep.
His videos were like really informational, like to the deep informational.
Yes, no, I enjoyed his videos. Star Citizen is one of those interesting games where I'm like, I do want to try it, but I really dislike the whole model of like selling stuff for huge amounts of real money and, you know,
Yeah.
Request granted.
and basically saying that it's still early access, like the game's been talked about and around as long as Elite Dangerous has. Oh, but we're still early access, we're
Pretty
still
much.
working on it. It's like, like, at some point that just falls flat.
I mean, that also, of course, is an issue, but the other issue is like they have, I think, 4 workable systems at the moment. Like, okay, they've got a lot of ships. Yes, okay, fine, great. They are selling for $40,000, but okay, that's a different topic.
Yeah.
But they've got like 4 workable systems, and they also, I think I heard, or this came up
Successful.
about a video that they actually removed a station that was quite popular with the community. And I'm not sure if they put up like a replacement or not, but I remember the video saying that the community was quite upset about that.
Yeah, there are
But
stuff.
yeah.
There's stuff they do well though, like these. I was watching someone playing the stream. I think it was Shaved Tomato, and he was watching the stream, was playing it, and he was like showing how he could literally be in space. He could go into this cargo hold, lower down this cargo bay, take a space motorcycle out for a ride, and like loop around his ship and stuff. Right, like so he's like, they can walk around in their ships. They can, you know, go into the cargo bay and they can park like, you know, a space motorbike or something in there, or a skimmer.
I
or
mean,
something.
I never said that Star Citizen is doing something wrong in terms of the tech. I'm just.
Oh no,
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is part of the Star Citizen. Actually, part of the reason why I will not buy the pre-built ships in Elite. Like, yeah, no, I really don't like it in Star Citizen, which granted I never played, but I don't like the strategy in Star Citizen. I am not about to start supporting it in Elite.
Yeah, I did it for the Python Mark II because I was
Which
like,
is fine. I'm not preventing anyone from doing that. I'm just saying I will never.
yeah, and I might do it for the Corsair. I haven't decided yet, but like I'm not doing it for like I'm not doing it for like the Cobra, and I didn't do it for like the other ones because like mostly I do combat related stuff, right? Like mostly I'll play a lot, try a little bit of everything, but it's the combat related stuff I enjoy most of the time. And so for a new combat ship, I will be like, I get why they're doing it. I'm not mad at it, Frontier or right. Like
Not am I.
they've got this game that's been going for a while. They're releasing this stuff now that they could, you know, like they could have bundled into a new expansion, I guess, and charge money for it, right? So they could have like been like, well, we're bringing out colonization and vanguards and whatever the other feature is at the end of the year that we have no idea what it is, but we're like, and they worked on all that, could have bundled it into an expansion and made us pay for it, and they haven't had probably a lot. I mean, the people will be buying the game and stuff, right? But a lot of the people that play the game a lot have owned it for a while, and so they're not spending a lot of money on like there. So they needed. I honestly don't mind if they're funding new features via early ship purchases, as long as those ships do come out to the general public at some point, right?
Yep.
Ship released.
Yeah, and I don't blame them for doing it either. Like, it's fine, it's understandable.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I will never buy those ships because I don't like that monetization model. And it's a personal thing. Nothing against anyone else that decides to support them in that way. But no, I'm not going to ever.
So
I'm more into cosmetics. Like, I will buy your paint jobs and, you know, like bobbleheads and stuff like that, but I will never buy a pre-built ship.
and the custom layout for a fleet carrier, that kind of thing. Yep. I might have even pay to rename a station at some point, you know, but
I'm not that far yet, but yes.
yeah. Oh yeah, I see that at some point, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I don't mind paying for the occasional early access to the occasional ship, I don't mind that. But I'm not one of these ones that's going to do it for every ship, you know, like they bring out, oh, a new cargo ship or something. It's like, I can wait.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, if they brought out the Panther Clipper and they had like 1,000 tons of cargo space, though, like that, I might drop ARX on. To be fair.
Fair. I will not blame you for that one. No, fault you for that one. It would be quite understandable.
The amount of hauling we've been doing lately.
Charging.
Yeah, exactly. Something tells me the game servers would break even more if they actually did bring out the Panther Clipper.
3, 2,
The ship of mythic proportions at this point.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what it looks like, because the original ships are very like pixel arty type, you know, like squares and triangles and stuff. That's why you got so many of the early ships in the game look, you know, like various geometrical shapes. I guess you've got like, you know, like the Viper or the Cobra and stuff, because they're based off those designs from those early games that didn't have the same sort of graphics capabilities. And then later ships they've built, like the chieftains and stuff, are a bit more, you know, a bit more interesting designed.
frameshift drive charging.
But the Panther was just a giant box with a triangle on the front, basically. Panther Clipper of the original games.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by. I know.
Wonder what ships in the original games haven't been included at this point as well.
Good question. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there was in the Imperial Explorer or something, like a long-range explorer, big long-range exploration Imperial ship. I have vague memories of that. There was the original crate isn't in the game. They've got the sort of the crate, Phantom of the Crate Mark II, that are inspired by the original crate design. I wonder what else is missing.
I'm sure there is a wiki article about it.
I suppose there's probably a wiki article about Elite 2 and Elite. Yeah, and the original Elite and the sheep and the ships that were in that are probably. Might even be a PDF for the original game manuals online somewhere. And if I dug through boxes in the garage, I might even find them one of the original game manuals.
I think they are actually selling, well, not selling, giving away the original Elite game, including the game manual. So you could just log in into Frontier and download it, wanted to.
True. Let's see. Frontier Elite 2 had the Adder, the Anaconda, Asp Explorer. Oh, right, Boa. Forgot about the Boa. What the hell was the Boa?
Landing gear deployed.
Alright. Cobra Mark 1, Cobra Mark 3. 3 different versions of the Eagle. A ship called the Constrictor, another one called the Falcon, another one called the Gecko. Imperial Courier, Hawk Airfighter, Imperial Trader, Interplanetary Shuttle, Kestrel Airfighter, Crate Lifter, the Lion, Long Range Cruiser, Lynx Bulk Cruiser, Moray Spark. Yes, heaps of ships. Puma Clipper, Tiger Trader. Heaps of ships they could take inspiration from for new ships in the game. In Elite Dangerous. Yep. Alright. Starport Services. Give me more steel.
Starport Services.
Oh, god damn it. God damn it, Kirk.
Did he launch you?
No. I clicked into Starport Services. Just want to see me do it again. And said what I was doing, what the name, and he was like, okay, doing that. And he took me back to the menu until he took me, jumped around about it and took me back into Starport Services. So it's like, like if I'm already there, just leave me there. But yeah, it's not quite got that smarts to it, unfortunately. It just...
It can't really, unless it wants to, like, monitor the view of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just voice recognition, triggering commands, triggering a bunch of
Cargo hold
preset
at maximum capacity.
actions, so... Bum, 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 bum. Alright.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Hello.
Hello. I don't see you, but I guess you see me.
Detected.
Yep. Popped out right in front of you. Yeah, I was too low for you to see me.
Frameshift drive
Fair enough.
charging.
But I saw you undock and
Yeah.
leave me behind. I mean, leave the ship behind.
Yeah.
I mean, leave the... Okay.
I know what you meant, yeah.
2, 1.
But that's one small advantage of a Type 9, is you do get a bit of view out the cockpit.
Mm.
It's not enough to make up for the lack of speed, though.
Frameshift drive charging.
Multiple hours of doing this so far today, and I'm yet to be interdicted by a pirate. It's like they know.
Alright, you only got interdicted by the system police, didn't you?
Yeah. But
Interesting.
it's not that they know that the ship is armed and dangerous, right? It's that they know I'm streaming. And so, like, as soon as I stop streaming, if I'm delivering stuff, it's going to be pirates everywhere. I swear it. Bum, 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 bum.
Have you been collecting titanium as well?
I might have picked up a little bit on one trip to top up.
Vector.
Maybe.
Maximum velocity.
I've mostly been collecting steel, and then if I need to top up, I think it's mostly been a little bit of aluminium, but I haven't, yeah, topped up that often. Normally there's enough steel to take a full.
Well, duly noted. I am getting some sort of a bug that isn't tracking me handing in stuff. Because my tool said I still need 15,000 titanium. And the reality is only 11,000, and that's more than one top up.
Yeah, so it hasn't tracked.
Duly
much of-
noted, there is the bug somewhere. I will resolve it later.
Yeah. Guess it's not picking up some journals, or...
I mean, it should pick up at least the event that is being broadcasted about cargo changes. But maybe it got broadcasted a little too late and it didn't pick up it in time, because I am checking
Warning.
whether you are docked at the station that you are supposed to be handing in, and maybe I undock a little too fast.
Has it been working all, most of the time you've been doing this?
Majority of the time, yes.
Was it something
Only
to-
today I noticed these two bugs that once they reverted to a higher amount that was already delivered, and now there is a discrepancy of 4,000 materials delivered.
Yeah.
I haven't noticed a bug prior to this since I made it, and it was like, it's been a week, more than a week actually at this point.
Is it maybe not counting stuff where... I was getting confused if we're... both of us are handing in around the same time? Or something on those lines?
No, I don't see your hand-ins, and I'm not pulling the data about things being delivered from the game. I'm basically doing like the simple explanation is like, are you docked at the station where this build recipe is from? Yes. Did the cargo in your ship change from whatever materials you had to 0? Yes. Then it updates the amount. That's it. Simple algorithm I have.
Yeah, okay.
Well, okay, not to 0, but it just compares the previous cargo to current cargo, and subtract the amounts that get delivered. Or well, the change in cargo is calculated and subtracted from the recipe.
Nice.
I mean, I kept it simple. No need to, do complicated calculations and detections. Like, okay, I have this information, I compare, go. Don't care about anything else.
Yeah,
Not that I
but-
had much of a choice. Like, there is not much more information the game gives you.
Yeah, well, if it gives you just what you need, that's fine. Like, keeping it
Even that's
simple
not
is
true,
always...
funnily enough.
Keeping it simple is, well, as simple as required is always a good
Yeah,
idea.
as they say, keep it simple, stupid.
Um,
But even the log files don't give you all the information that you require. Like, I've noticed that sometimes when I
Gear deployed.
buy material, that action in-game should write into the log files or the journal files, and even market buy, I think it's called, but it doesn't always write it. So I cannot monitor that event to update what I have in cargo. That's why I resorted to monitoring the file that has information about cargo.
Docking successful.
What I have currently in my ship.
Disengaged.
Yeah.
It's somewhat stupid, but I mean it works. Well, most of the time apparently, but yeah, it works.
Well, steel's actually slowly dropping, which is nice. 57,000 tons required.
Yep.
It was like 66,000 tons or something at the start of this. Or 60 something anyway.
Something like that, yeah.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I'm certain there's probably somebody that solo built a tier 3 primary port over the last 4 weeks or so, but
I'm sure there is someone, yeah.
this still feels like a pretty good effort we're going through here. And you've been
Yeah, the
working
help,
on it a
the
lot
help
more
is
than...
much appreciated.
Oh, you're good. There's been plenty of stream sessions where we sat there and worked on building one of my things, so.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Navigation for next system.
2, 1, engage.
Confirming exit point on the north. Standby.
Bum, 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 bum.
Wait, what?
Warning. Temperature critical.
Not what I want. I think I saw something that is surprising me, but I have to double check because I wasn't looking
Frameshift
properly.
drive charging.
Oh, okay. I got confused. Never mind. I thought that we were close to a system that where I spent a considerable amount of time in the past.
3, 2,
But no, we're not. I clicked on a different bookmark. I clicked on my carrier and it was like, why is it so close? I thought I clicked on the bookmark that is bookmarked in the system where I spent some time.
Engaging
Oh,
exit protocols.
okay. Yeah, the bookmarks. Clicking the wrong bookmark can get confusing. Yep. I've done that a few times.
But no, yeah, I only clicked on a wrong bookmark and that one is close. Not the system. That one is fairly far actually.
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum.
frameshift drive charging.
Alright.
Vector.
3,
So,
1, engage.
so we started what at about 27% today. What are we at now?
23 or 24% actually.
Oh well, it was 27% when I started the stream though. Wasn't it? 20, no, 20. Was it
20. I believe it was 23, but don't count, don't quote me on that. Might have been 28, yeah. Actually no, yeah, it was 28 because I remember about the rambling. Yeah, it was 28. And we are at 35, close to 35 anyway.
Frameshift drive
About
charging.
34.9937, so, you know, 35.
4 hours in, we built an entire outpost in 5 hours in one stream, right? And then we're 4 hours in and it's like 8%,
Yeah, yeah.
7-8%. Damn, that's
It's
a lot
kind
of
of
work.
depressing.
I mean, 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% 8% That's a little depressing. But when you look at it as less than a week and you're 30, like, you know, 33% or whatever it was.
35.
That's 35. Yeah, that's 1 week, less than 1 week, 35% done on a tier 3. It's pretty good going, I think.
Definitely. I was actually looking at it throughout the week that whether I can make. Why did my destination get cancelled? I was looking. What I was saying. I was looking at it throughout the week whether I can make 25% in a week, and if I couldn't, I would like, okay, I'm in trouble. But yeah, it seems like it's not. I mean, it's a lot of effort, yes, but it's doable.
Yeah, that's doable. I wonder what happens to systems where they don't finish the construction in time frame. There must be some layer. This has been about 4 weeks of colonization, isn't it?
Yes, it has been 4 weeks, yes.
So we must be getting to the point where some systems that people started on and then lost interest.
I mean, I would just imagine the effort fails and, you know, the system goes back into the queue.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I would do, anyway.
But I bet you if they've never tested it.
Yeah, I'm not taking that bet because yeah, that's pretty much guaranteed. I'm sorry, FDev, if you are watching.
Oh, there's 4 people watching my stream. I don't think any of them's FDev.
What if it's Braben? No, we are getting banned at the end of the session.
Yeah. Doubtful.
Doubtful, but you know, we can joke about it.
Docking request granted.
Especially when at least 2-3 of the bigger streamers are currently on.
I have seen streams where the devs have watched people playing their game.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. One I saw, I can't remember who the streamer was, but I remember they were complaining about a bug in the game, and then about an hour and a half later, someone in the stream was like, "Yeah, we fixed the bug. Thanks for pointing it out." And they were like, "Wait, what?" The developers were literally watching the stream, and they're like, "Oh no, that is a bug. Let's fix that." And it was like literally fixed while their stream was going.
Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, some of the companies do watch streamers that either play their game or use their software. I remember I was on a stream of a developer of a framework that I use fairly often, and they used an IDE that is, well, fairly popular. It's paid IDE, but it's fairly popular in the developer community for that framework. And I remember being on their stream, and the developers of the IDE came in and gave them a free license for a year. Which was like, that's nice.
The other
you know,
one
for just streaming with the tool, with the IDE open and doing stuff with it.
Yeah. Other one I remember is streams for Goose Goose Duck. Have you seen Goose Goose Duck? I've played
I don't think so.
I've played it like at least once, I think, on stream with other people. So you know Among Us, right? Goose Goose Duck is like it's basically another Among Us game.
Okay.
And it's quite a lot of fun. You play the game and you get coins and rewards for like events, doing stuff, right? And you can then buy customization stuff for it. So a lot of time, if there's popular streamers, see you flying away over there. Oh, we jumped out. There we go. If there's popular streamers playing, right? The developers they like monitor Twitch, and I've seen them literally like throw a whole bunch of coins at like people that are playing with big streamers, so those people can then go in and buy like lots of customization clothes and like hairstyles and stuff for their like ducks, like because they've got heaps of clothes customizations and stuff, you know. And then like I've even seen like some of the really big popular streamers get given custom designed like one-off things that are only for them, that are like something to do with their stream, like, you know, like they've got a jacket like they always wear on stream or something like that. They'll be like playing Goose Goose Duck, and then they'll get a message from a developer going like, you know, check your jacket options and on your duck or something, and then they'll like go in there and there'll be like this one-off like thing that's their like real life jacket that they can put on their duck, and no one else can get it.
That's nice.
So yeah, no, big props to the developers of that game. They do. I've seen them do an amazing job of like just, you know, monitoring like the streams of people playing their games and just being like, you know, for these people, extra bits and pieces.
Exit point 11. Stand by.
And it makes sense too from their point of view. It makes sense from their point of view. Like it doesn't harm them in any way or shape or form. Like throwing, like, you know, 10,000.
And the streamers are basically free marketing for the game.
Yeah.
Well, mostly free if they are not sponsored, but you know.
Yeah. So I played it for like 5 hours and I managed to earn a jacket, like one jacket, right? Like so, but if you throw 10,000 coins at a really popular streamer, right, and they can go in and like look through all the different clothing options and try the mod and stuff, you know, it just kind of highlights that aspect of the game to the people watching. They're like, look at all those customization options. Oh, that looks cool. All those sunglasses and that, you know, hat and that outfit and stuff. And some of them are really cool. Like you've got like one that's like based. I remember one where I was running around. This one was based on The Witcher, and like it had like silver hair and a big black jacket and a sword down the back and stuff. It was like very cool looking. All right, let me deal with this person.
It was going so well.
It was, right? I told you, well, there's like at least one a stream. It's always seems to be one a stream.
Like
yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Although it's the first one where they have what looks like a Chinese name.
Yeah. It's the old well meme of Chinese gold farmers.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Range no anomalies detected. Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
Although you do get the gold farmers from every country in games like World of Warcraft, though. Even had a friend who did it. He was like, oh yeah, I just make a little bit of side hustle money because I play the game, and then like I don't buy much with my gold, and so like I sell my gold for real life money to my guildies. It's like,
Frameshift drive charging.
Now, to be fair, some of the developers of games frown upon that and don't like people doing it.
oh, it's completely against
Which
terms of
actually
service.
can get you,
Yeah.
can get you banned.
4,
Yeah.
3,
It's completely
But if the
against,
developers are fine with it, then why not?
well, no, it's completely against terms of service. You can get banned for it, but I mean, if he's only doing it occasionally and he's doing it and he's selling, he's giving like they're not going to know that he was giving real life money. It just looks like he's generous and gives gold to his guildies occasionally, right? It's unlikely that's going to come back and bite him in the backside.
Probably.
I did have a real life money auction house on World of Warcraft for a while though, I think, at one point. Was that one of the other, was that Diablo or one of the other games? I can't remember. I think World of Warcraft had a real life, like a real money auction house. But then I think they did away with it after a while. Can't remember exactly. Details are fuzzy.
Yeah, no worries.
It's always, did you ever play Diablo 2?
No.
I found Diablo 2's approach to things interesting because because you could trade stuff in the game, right? But there was no, like, auction house that would allow you to do that built into the game. And then they released the expansion for it, I think, and the expansion came with this currency, this thing you could get, like, runes that would allow you to, like, craft high-level stuff.
Request granted.
Or as an enchant high-level stuff or something like that. And so runes became the default currency of the game. And so there was, like, these third-party, like, auction houses springing up where you could sell good gear you found for, like, runes and, like, you know, and there was, like, a whole currency thing, like, this rune is really rare, so it was worth, like, 5 of this other tier of runes, and the runes in that tier were worth, like, 10 of this lower tier of runes type of thing. Players get quite creative in what they're doing. Like, an entire economy sprang up that the game developers, I don't think, ever intended to happen.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why
Disengaged.
Elite kind of avoided for now, letting people build ships for others, because there is absolutely like a trading community for that, for Star Citizen, where you can actually do that.
Yeah.
Wait, no, not Star Citizen, EVE Online, sorry.
Yes. So here, so it's interesting the way they described Vanguards, I think, was that Vanguard's Elite Dangerous. Hold on.
No, but Vanguard isn't doing selling ships to others, it's just borrowing.
Yes.
Like, you cannot build a ship and give it to someone, whatever.
Yes, no, that's what I was saying, that, like, they were talking about being able to borrow ships off people in your Vanguard, which I thought was an interesting approach, right? Like, so you don't really get, even if it's an open-ended loan, I don't know how, like, I don't know what the rules around that would be. Like, you can only borrow it for a week, and then you have to wait like a month before you can borrow it again, or like, or what sort of stuff they put in place. But even if it's like that, it's because the ship is borrowed. It's not like sold. You don't have ownership of it or something. So it'll probably get around those type of things. Like, you won't have a lot of people trying to form markets of real life money to borrow a ship for a little bit. But no sense of ownership, people are unlikely to pay money for it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I imagine, like, if you borrow a ship, you probably cannot change the layout of it, you know what I mean?
Very likely. Or at least I would hope so.
Yeah. Get it back and the person sold everything that's equipped to it. I'm like, I made a profit from borrowing your ship. God damn it.
Yeah, that's one thing, but what if they stripped it and put it on their ships?
Yeah. Thanks for the grade 5 engineered components.
Yeah, exactly. That's not how that should work.
Yeah.
And if it does, I'm going to be disappointed.
No, it won't work like that. At most, it would allow you to, and I mean, this is giving FDev a little bit too much credit in terms of thinking through their features, I guess, right? Like, probably, but I could see a scenario where you can borrow a ship and you can change the layout,
Frameshift drive charging.
but you can't equip what you take off it to another one of your ships. And when you return the ship, it returns in its original condition, so everything in storage automatically gets put back on it. But you can't sell the modules you take off, you can't equip them to a different ship. But you can put them in storage, and then when the ship gets returned, the modules just automatically get put back on it. But again, like, that might be
All
too
integrity
much.
is within limits. All other systems are at normal level.
Too much nuance on the feature for FDev.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe I'm
it's
being
hard for me to disagree, but yeah.
yeah. I was gonna say maybe I'm being a little bit unfair there, but I don't think so. Like they you know,
Unfortunately, you're not.
yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
What do we got with what have we got here with colonization? No undo button. Like its system economies are screwed.
Yeah.
4,
Vector
3, 2, 1. Engage.
It does feel like sometimes they put the bare minimum feature set into whatever they release,
Sometimes, yeah.
which is a little bit of a shame. Yeah, but we're still fairly certain they're not watching the stream, right? Right.
I mean, at this point, hopefully, because yes, we are definitely getting banned if they are.
I'm sure we're fine.
I'm joking, of course, but you know.
Ready to engage. 4,
leaving
3, 2,
system.
1. Engage.
All right. Wee. Yeah, it wasn't much different with fleet carriers when they first came out as well, right? Like, there was a lot they could have done with that feature and they just didn't really do it. They didn't have the ambition, I guess.
Well, here is an interesting bug. I accidentally started like the detailed surface scanner screen after I pressed tab to boost around the star, and now I can't do anything. I cannot exit out of the view. Pressing tab doesn't do anything. Yep, now I was dropped because I ran out of fuel.
You need me to grab some fuel inputs from somewhere.
Let me look if I can jump somewhere. Yeah, my carrier is close. I'll go there.
Docking request granted.
Alright.
That was not nice, to say the least.
No. Hitting tab at the wrong time was annoying.
I mean, the tab was intentional. The detail super scanner wasn't, and you know that actually soft locked me.
Interesting. Detailed surface scanner's going. You want to scan the part? It's gone. It's gone. Robbie Fox.
Like imagine
hello.
imagine being able to launch the surface scanner probes while you are in SCO.
You'd bypass the probes, so you launch them and go immediately past them. Anyway, Robbie Fox, hello, welcome to the channel. Me and my friend Ed here are just space trucking, basically, hauling stuff for his system he's trying to develop. Who's very ambitious, and we're going for a tier 3 primary port, which takes a fair bit of materials.
Docking successful.
But I hope you have a good day and enjoy the stream. It's mostly just the two of us half paying attention to the game and yapping while we do stuff.
Yes.
You're trekking for the first time to Colonia? Nice. I have not been to Colonia yet. I need to go at some point, but I'm kind of caught up in the system colonization stuff at the moment.
Cargo hold at maximum.
I am working on exploration Mandalay now that they've come out for credits.
Landing gear
It's mostly there, but it just needs a little bit more
engaged.
playing around with the engineering.
So what you're saying, you will be in Colonia in summer? Well, your winter.
I'll be in Colonia once I get bored of system colonization, I guess.
Yeah, as I'm saying, in winter or summer.
Well, we're in autumn now, so coming into winter. I do like winter though.
Yeah, I enjoyed the high temperatures during winter. I mean summer. Okay, that was a terrible joke. I'll see myself up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still quite mind-boggling that basically entire half of the planet has a flipped seasons.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's very have to wait till you get back. Yeah, the colonization it's slowing down a little bit from what I can tell. So plenty of systems available, and every time somebody expands out somewhere, it opens up more systems. So there's no real rush to play with the colonization thing. In fact, it might even be wise. I mean, I don't know about wise. I can see the argument for waiting until they've finalized the stuff from this beta period. If somebody told me that's what they were doing, I'd be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Frameshift drive charging.
That being said, I've been enjoying it, you know, bugs and all, so. I have several systems claimed, and soon I'm going to start working on building them up. I have done a few minor construction stuff in one of the systems.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
Yeah. The hauling stuff back and forth isn't the most engaging bit of gameplay ever, but it is fun doing the system architect stuff, and it is a nice feeling when you finish like something and it's built and done. Gives you that sort of little bit of dopamine hit, I guess. When you do come back and try it, I definitely suggest avoiding a tier 3 station for the primary port on your first system though.
Oh, shut up.
I said on your first system. You knew what you were getting into, though, Ed, and I mean, and
I did.
I knew what I was getting into by offering to help. So,
True.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, space trucking's not the worst thing ever. Even doing this is more enjoyable than my actual job, for instance. Yeah, like, so.
Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I thought you quite enjoyed your job, but maybe I was wrong.
I enjoy aspects of my job, but like any job, like, you know, there is always stuff you like and stuff you don't.
Confirming exit point telemetry standard.
I'll be honest, I should be more engaged at my job than I currently am, I guess. Like, I've been there a long time and there's been a lot of stressful projects and stuff, and now we're doing cool things with a new data platform that I should be with like technologies I haven't played with before that I should be really infused by, and I am interested in it, but it's hard to summon that same level of enthusiasm I would have like 5-10 years ago.
Well, also creating clip and sending it to your employer.
I've been very careful about not mentioning who my employer is, so good luck with that.
True. Then again, I'm not even going to try search it up, even if it would be possible. So.
My employer would be like, who's this weird animated creature?
Well, he is the voice proof that it's who I'm claiming it is. Here is the list of streams they have done past year and a half, or 2 years, I don't know how long have you been streaming. And here is proof what I
almost a year and a
said
half.
yesterday on stream.
Robbie Fox, not
Do
enjoying
with that
it.
information what you will.
Robbie Fox is also a bit burnt out at his job, not enjoying it sometimes, so not doing my best. Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to put in like 100% effort the whole time if it's got lots of stuff you don't enjoy. There are definitely aspects to my job I do enjoy. I do enjoy the problem solving. I do enjoy the people. I really enjoy the fact that my work is very reasonable in terms of like not ringing me after hours and understanding like when I need time off for various things and stuff. Like they're quite good about that. There's been times I've had to butt my head against HR to get a pay rise or something like that. That's been a bit of a pain in the backside, but I don't know, it's just I'm not as enthusiastic as I have been in the past because it always feels like the projects always make the same mistakes, I guess.
Docking successful.
Ain't that the story of every single developer everywhere ever?
Yeah.
Like here is the green field, we can do it right 3 months later. Well, we have the same issues as the old system, but there is nothing you can do, and now we are stuck with another system that is hard to maintain, complicated to read, no one knows what it was supposed to do, but it is doing something, there is no documentation, and so on, and the cycle repeats.
Yeah. Documentation is one of the first things to go when people are trying to cut corners and save costs. And then they always regret it down the line.
I've been trying to be fairly diligent about writing tests, but even I have slipped up on multiple occasions. Like automated tests, I mean.
Yeah, and my work is trying to get better, but they're on these stages where they're trying to figure out, like, how do I put this? They're trying to put the right processes in place, but those processes are still early on, so there's a lot of confusion about what people are supposed to be doing and when. And then that ends up often with finding out you've missed a step you're supposed to do, and people, like, you know, or you end up doing a whole bunch of stuff for a minor change that probably wasn't really needed.
Frameshift drive charging.
So there's that. Oh, you know, I want to change this one field in one system or something, and you end up doing a ton of paperwork and having to go through some complicated sign-off process, and you're like going, okay, where did that come from?
Yeah, it's a delicate balance between processes and moving forward. I agree with that.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I definitely think there should be some documentation and some sort of sign-off. I just sometimes feel like they put in place a complicated process for big things and then applied it to small things as well, where it's overkill.
Warning.
Yeah.
Temperature critical.
But it'll sort itself out over time.
Eventually.
I still get told off for doing stuff about a ticket, and like people just send me an email and I just go like, I look at it and I'll go like, oh yeah, that's like a 20-minute job, I'll just do that. And then there's like, and I'm like, well, like, you know, what have you been doing? Oh, I've done this, 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 this. I don't see any tickets in the system for those. It's like, oh yeah, well, none of them were particularly big jobs that I did today. They're all little things, and they're all just people emailing me. Oh, everything you do should have a ticket. Which my actual current boss doesn't think everything I do should have a ticket. This is more stuff in the past, or people from other teams telling me that. My current boss is and is basically he was like, well, what do you think? And I was like, I think if it's a short job, it's fine. If it's done by email. If it's something that requires a change to a system or it's a larger bit of work, I will make them raise a ticket. Like if it's going to tie me up for over an hour, over like half an hour or something, depending on how busy my day is, I'll make them raise a ticket so it's tracked. Or if it requires an actual change to something in the system, I'll make them raise a ticket so we got proper.
Exit destination confirmed.
Like,
Arrival in 5, 4.
You know, people can search for it and find out what was done and why. But
Yeah,
that's just
paper trail.
yeah, but somebody just going, can you just pull this bit of data from the system, and it's pretty much a report I already have, and I just run it and drop it into Excel and send it to them. Then I'm like, yeah, it's fine.
It's interesting to me how some of the processes get basically mirrored all around the world. Like there is absolutely zero chance your company and a company that a friend worked for have any overlap. Yet the create ticket for everything issue he has been complaining for past 2 years, basically since they got new management. Oh, I don't know, like 9 months ago, so 10 months ago. Like every single thing requires a ticket. Like it's almost to the point where you need to visit like the bathroom, create a ticket. Like okay, I'm over exaggerating obviously, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's interesting how these kind of things can basically reach all around the globe and create issues for people that have zero overlap in their work.
Yeah. Robbie Fox is working for a German company in America, and the tariffs have been stressing a lot of people out. Yep, that makes sense. The tariffs would be stressing a lot of businesses out, I imagine. Both large and small businesses. Large businesses can probably pass on the costs to the. Well, I should be hitting the jump button. Large businesses can pass on the cost to their customer base, probably fairly successfully. But small businesses may find that their customer base just goes somewhere else if they try and do that. And they go out of business. Depending on what type of company you are, there may be some large companies that have that same problem. Pretty large car company. Yeah, well that's an example. You're a large car company, but you got these tariffs, and maybe there's some other car company doesn't have those tariffs, suddenly they've got a nice competitive advantage. Well, yeah, I mean, that depends on the company, right? Like, there is probably some companies, and I'm not saying this is one of them, I'm not saying that at all. There's probably some companies that are like, well, we don't want to eat into our profit margin, so we gotta pay up front for stuff we're bringing into the country and pay the tariffs before we can. You know, we're not gonna. We'll up our prices that we're selling stuff for, but that's not going to flow into the business right away. To the point that we need it to cover the imports that we need to do stuff and the tariffs on those imports. So we don't want to cut into our business profits, so we'll take away bonuses and pay rises and blame it on the tariffs. But there's probably also some other companies that are literally running very skint on overall business profits and may not be able to afford the upfront costs of the imports.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oh, I did not mean to jump out there. That's fine. So yeah, I don't know. Depends. You think so long as they could pass the tariff costs on to the customer, which most companies I think should be trying to do, then the bonuses and pay rises
3, 2,
shouldn't be too badly impacted. Not for the current year. If it slows down sales and stuff, then maybe the next year's ones would take a hit. But it is an interesting... It was an interesting thing, right?
docking request granted.
I know there's been heavy tariffs put on Australia as well, but I'm not sure if tariffs are impacting New Zealand sales to America yet.
Landing gear deployed.
Yet being the operative keyword.
Yeah. The problem with just selling the vehicles produced in the US is that I still think a lot of like the components, like the computer chips that go into modern cars, a lot of the steel and other stuff is still imported from overseas, right? So it's likely the tariffs still hit those vehicles to a certain extent as well. Tempted to go titanium here just to mess with Ed's count, but we won't.
You devious you.
Maximum capacity.
Why is the entire Trailblazer mega ship shooting at stuff? I mean, it looked cool. All the lasers firing at something.
I don't know. Maybe a politician showed up. Or an insurance salesman.
Maybe. Well, as long as the guns weren't pointed at me, I don't care.
Someone shows up, broadcasts a message at the ship. We're trying to contact you about your ship's insurance policy. Open fire. Yeah.
Your ship expired warranty.
Yeah.
Disregard that you have been in operation for like 2 weeks.
Absolutely, yeah.
Frameshift drive
Yeah.
charging.
Have you considered an extended warranty for your ship?
Yes, we have. Open fire.
Yes, yeah, open fire. Have you considered an extended warranty for yours? Open fire.
3, 2, 1,
Especially considering, as far as I can tell, mega ships and fleet carriers and space stations are indestructible. Well, unless a Fargoid attacks them, I suppose, but yeah.
Nope, not even Targoids.
Well, Fargoids
Well,
they
okay,
damage them.
when they do a cinematic, yes, they can influence them, but other than that, no.
frameshift drive charging.
Though technically, I think didn't the Fargoid invasion of like the last Fargoid invasion of core systems technically destroy a whole bunch of mega ships?
4, 3,
Yes, but that was a special in-game event that the devs actually had to come into the game and make happen.
Yeah.
Is what I'm. What I mean is what I meant
Scanning.
was like a Targoid cannot show up next to my carrier and destroy it. That's not how that works.
Nope. Should just make my all my spaceships out of the same material that the fleet carriers made out of. It's that old joke about airplanes and black boxes.
frameshift drive charging.
The black box is indestructible. Why don't we just make the whole airplane out of that?
If only that's how things work.
4,
Navigation for next
2,
system.
1, engage.
I'm not entirely sure that would help anyone survive a crash anyway, because I think you know, like all the impact force would just transfer through the plane into the passengers.
Key systems are at
Yep.
optimum levels. Ready.
Almost certainly not. Not to mention the cost of flying would probably increase because of the heavier material that the planes would be made of, hence using more fuel to operate in air, if you will.
Yeah. Coming for landing, they're like, God damn it, broke the runway again.
Frameshift drive
Yeah, basically.
charging.
I saw a video of two fighter jets landing at
3,
a runway, and there was like guess which one is the Air Force pilot and which one is the Navy pilot. And like the one jet landed very gracefully, like sort of on a very low very low angle, and the other jet just sort of bumped down right at the start of the right at the first bit of the runway, just went boom. And we're like, oh yeah, that second jet, that's the one that's used to landing on a short Air Force
Yep.
like air carrier runway. Yeah.
Yep.
He's like, there's the runway, I hit that.
Yeah, as long as I hit the first few meters of the runway, I'm good.
Pretty much, yep. Oh, too fast. Loop of shame. / glory.
Again.
Oh,
Also, you
yeah,
are
shit.
heading to the beacon.
Yeah. So I should have got into the blue before I targeted the beacon on the navigation. But instead why am I actually going to the beacon, damn it? System colonization shit. See, I'm like busy yapping, my brain's on autopilot. At least they fixed the thing where your whole system could get overwritten while it was still a colonization beacon. They did fix that, right? Remember that correctly?
I don't think they did, but they may have had. I haven't seen it in the patch notes, if anything.
I thought there was something in one of the patch notes that sounded like a fix for it, but you got to like sometimes you got to decipher the patch notes, like and what it's talking about. So I may be wrong there.
Would have made it the colonization ship before you, but I accidentally pressed the drop button a little too early.
Yeah, I did that last time around.
Docking request granted.
Yeah, I'm not the only one that is broken.
Robbie, thank you very much for the subscription. You are only the second person to ever subscribe to the channel, so enjoy the Founders Badge. Most appreciated. Absolutely amazing.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, that's cool. My second ever subscriber.
I'm no longer that special. Unsubbing.
Damn, back down to one subscriber, yeah.
Docking successful. Engine
Then Robbie's like, I was only here for Ed, unsubscribe.
That would be funny. Yeah, in before Robbie discloses that they are my alter ego. Well, not alter account.
I had that once early on. I'm not with like. It's a kind of a funny story. Not with like not with subscribers, obviously, but like So there's this guy who was like messaging me. He was like, "I can do artwork for you," and I was like, "Oh well, I don't know how to find an artist, and I need some sort of like something for the channel, like you know, like a little banner or something." So I was a bit iffy about, like, you know, engaging with one of the people that just contacts you out of the blue. But I was like, oh, well, if it's not too expensive, I'll give it a try and just see what happens. And so he did deliver, right? But at the same time, and then he was like, it wasn't the best, and it was probably a little bit overpriced, and I had to chase him a few times. And then I was like, he was like, oh, can I make emotes to you? And I'm like, well, I'm not even an affiliate. Like, I wasn't at that point. And so I was like, so there's no point. I can't even use emotes. And he was like, what do you need to be affiliate? I'm like, well, I need 3 average viewers and 50 followers. I didn't have 50 followers at the time. Right? And he was like, oh, I'll get all my friends to follow you. And then, like, all these people, all these accounts started following me with very similar names. Like, okay. One at a time, and I'm like in my head going like, okay, this guy's just got a whole bunch of alternate accounts, and he's just logged onto each one. Like the timing and the naming made it like so obvious, and I was just like, yeah. And he was like, and now you can be affiliate, and I'm like, well, that doesn't solve the viewer issue, and I'm not asked you to do that. Like, that was so like just out of the blue. But yeah. Transfer, no? Have I done the transfer? Oh, nothing in inventory. I must have transferred stuff.
Landing gear retracted.
Unless I flew here with an empty ship,
Engines engaged.
which is not impossible.
I don't think you did.
Which I absolutely have done before, but in my defense, it wasn't actually my fault. Not exactly. I got disconnected while leaving a ground station.
Ah.
And then reconnected, and I was like, alright, I flew onto my construction ship, and then it was like, oh, the ship, I'm empty. What?
Yeah.
I definitely brought stuff before I left the ground station. It's just, I guess, the disconnection must have been happening. Like, the connection issues must have been happening
Drive charging.
as I was buying stuff, and then it only kicked in really after I left.
Yep.
Alright.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
We are getting close to the point where I'm going to have to stop stream and find some food, though.
Well, I mean, it has been 4.5 hours, so understandable. And I should go to sleep because it's past 1 AM.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do another couple of loads first, but
Warning. Temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
maybe a pirate will actually interdict me and I can have a fun combat on stream. It hasn't happened this stream so far, but
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
come on, pirates. Robbie needs to make dinner in a bit. Yeah. It's just after lunchtime for me, so I need to make lunch. I don't know, I didn't have any breakfast. I haven't had any food yet today.
Dinner meaning he's probably somewhere in the American time zone.
Yeah, he did say he was working for a company that was a German company that was based in the US, so yes.
Bad. I missed that.
I do like pizza.
Frameshift drive charging.
It was payday a couple of days ago and I haven't been grocery shopping yet, so I'm probably going out to buy some lunch, not actually make it, to be fair.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes. For me, it is 1:15 in the afternoon on a Saturday. I kind of live in the future for most people. But unfortunately, I'm not allowed to tell you what the winning lotto numbers are due to the time paradoxes involved.
Frameshift drive charging.
A number of years ago, I made that joke to a friend was playing with who lived overseas, and they actually believed me. They thought that's how that worked.
I mean, to be fair, if you don't come across people that are in different, well, like way different time zone than you, it can be confusing for
All
a minute.
systems check out. No unusual activity.
There was a thing I saw, which was like a thing put together of like a Reddit of like the dumbest questions people have ever asked travel agents, and one person said they wanted a flight that was going from like, I think it was like somewhere in America to like somewhere in Asia, but they wanted it to go as far north as possible up by the Arctic. And the travel agent was like, I don't know that we have flights like that, but I can look into it. What's the reason behind that? And the person was like, I want to go around the international date line because I can't afford to lose a day.
Okay.
So yeah, that was. There's been a few ones where you think people just don't understand geography very well, right? Like,
I mean, there is that, but the question kind of implies that the person has actually looked into it, figured out where the time zones are on the map, and it didn't click from that yes, there are time zones, but the actual time in space is not different for different people on the
Yeah.
Earth. Like, come on. They've done some research, but not enough to understand that that's not how that works.
Robbie
Like
does,
how? How do you go there? How do you get there?
Robbie does not claim that American. We don't necessarily know it was American. Like they were just booking a flight from the US. They may have been
Oh, okay.
traveling. Who knows? There's other ones that are just as bad from other countries. So a UK travel agent reported that they booked the holiday for. Introduced again, and once again it's the Navy. Or the system authorities. But yeah, they booked a flight from the UK, or a holiday from the UK, to the Caribbean, right? And then they came back from the holiday, and they made a complaint to the travel agency they booked it with, and the complaint was along this lines. While we were in the Caribbean, we made friends with some people from Florida, and they told us that their flight to get home was only 2 hours, while ours was 14 hours, and we don't think that's fair.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. They should get a refund.
Yeah, if you wanted a 2-hour flight to somewhere tropical, go to the Mediterranean. That's probably 2 hours from the UK. Plane trip wise. If you're going to the Caribbean, you have to fly across the Atlantic. It's slightly further than flying from Florida. There's fun ones from New Zealand as well. Some people show up in New Zealand and they think that there will be like a bridge that, or a ferry or something that can take their car across to Australia.
I mean, to be fair, the UK and France are kind of connected by... Okay, maybe not a bridge. It's more of a tunnel, if you will.
Yeah.
But yeah, people
Slightly
don't
smaller
quite
gap.
realize... Yes, I was about to say that people don't quite realize that the gap between the UK and France is quite a bit shorter than New Zealand and Australia.
Landing gear deployed.
And the other one I read about was someone was talking to someone else on a plane. And they were coming back to New Zealand. The other person was visiting New Zealand, and the person was telling them their itinerary was to land in Auckland, walk to the bottom of the North Island, swim one day, then the next day swim across the Cook Strait to the South Island, and then the day after walk from
Disengaged.
the top of the South Island down to Christchurch and fly out. So Auckland to the bottom of the North Island is about an 8-hour drive. Cook Strait is one of the roughest bits of water in the world. You can technically swim it if you're a very good swimmer, professional grade swimmer, and you have a whole day at a support boat just in case you get into trouble. And then from the top of the South Island to Christchurch is about a 6-hour drive. So good luck walking those.
Yeah.
It's like just no sense of scale at all.
You did pick up some titanium, didn't you?
I may have done at some point. I don't think I have in the last couple of loads.
Really? Interesting.
Unless I did last time.
Okay,
and I just
maybe
wasn't
I'm
collected.
going crazy then, but the discrepancy wasn't there last time I handed in, and now it's there, and it's like 54 titanium.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
What is going on?
New Zealand's great to visit, Robbie. If
You are
you're-
messing with me, aren't you?
I honestly don't remember delivering titanium, but I may have done so and not been paying attention. So not deliberately trying to mess with you, no.
Not deliberately, okay. Fine.
Yeah.
You are forgiven.
I may be accidentally messing with you. That's good. Well, that's entirely probable.
Engines engaged.
New Zealand is great if you like nice scenery and outdoor activities and stuff. Some of the big cities are also pretty good, pretty nice as well, in terms of like cafes and restaurants and stuff. But yeah, we are kind of like on the bottom edge of the world, so it's a little bit, you know, I shouldn't say edge. I'll give the flat earthers more ammo. Tucked away towards the bottom of the globe, and as such, flights are expensive. I live in the North Island of New Zealand, but I have driven most of the country. There's a couple of little corners I haven't been to, but I've visited pretty much the entire country. And I've done the South Island as a road trip, sort of 2 and a bit times, I guess. So no big spiders, no poisonous snakes, nothing like that. So we have that advantage over Australia. There is one poisonous native spider. It's quite deadly. It's quite small. It's only found on a couple of beaches in the entire country, and it's incredibly rare. It only lives within like several meters of the high tide mark. And it generally just lives under logs and stuff. You'll never even notice it. But there is technically one poisonous native spider.
Frameshift drive charging.
I couldn't even find it when I looked for it, to be honest.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Yeah. Lived here my whole life, never seen the caterpillar. Is it the caterpillar? Is that the name of the spider? Pretty sure that's the name of the spider.
Engaging exit protocols.
Yeah, caterpillar. Yeah, it's so rare, it's officially endangered. We do have the occasional, like, import from Australia, unfortunately, but nothing particularly deadly as far as I know. Like, no redbacks or anything like that. We have whitetails that have come from Australia. They can give a nasty bite, but it won't kill anyone. I guess unless they have a severe septic reaction and don't seek medical treatment or something, I guess, possibly, but...
Navigation of the next system.
2, 1. Engage.
All systems check out. No unusual activity. It's
One of the one thing about New Zealand that's very interesting, and it's not the case anymore, but it's interesting from a historical perspective, is that a few wolf spiders entered downstairs, a few black widows in my garage I've had to get to. Yeah, so yeah, you're much more dangerous wildlife out there as well. We also have no large land predators either. So we have large introduced animals like deer, sheep, cows, that kind of thing. But we don't have any like wolves, mountain lions, tigers, nothing like that. Alright, so the original... New Zealand before humans arrived here, so before the original Maori tribes arrived here, right, had no native land mammals besides from like 2 or 3 species of bats. So all the roles that were filled by like big animals overseas and overseas cut places were here originally filled by insects or birds. So very big insects that like act like mice and stuff. Top Predator was originally an eagle that made the rest of the world's eagles look relatively puny by comparison. Unfortunately, that eagle is now extinct. Though we do have a stuffed one in the in a museum in Wellington. So you could possibly get DNA from it. I wonder if you could clone it. We could Jurassic Park back the giant eagles.
Oh, come on.
Probably not.
There is several movies showing where that's a bad idea.
Are you telling me that bringing back...
Extinct animals is a bad idea, especially when they have been extinct for decades? Yeah, probably.
it's been extinct for like a good 160 years. So,
Centuries even worse.
Yeah. So the Maori tribes hunted the moa quite extensively. So moa were big birds like kind of like an emu or ostriches. They were the heavy grazers of like, yeah. I did see the story about the mice and how they might bring back woolly mammoths by making elephants woolly. Yeah, that was an interesting story.
Yeah, the difference in size is quite,
Yeah.
you know, huge, but okay. Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, there were big flightless moa birds that were like emus or ostriches, right? Kind of similar idea, and they were hunted heavily by the Maori tribes, and they were the preferred prey of the eagles. So when the European settlers showed up, the moa were at that point extinct, and the eagles were pretty much extinct. There's the last eagle seen in New Zealand was by a early European settler who was hiking up a big valley in the South Island, and he saw this huge bird, so he's like, ooh, and he shot it. Because of course he did.
Okay.
That's what they did back then. And that was the last one ever seen. So to be fair, I mean, that was probably was going to go extinct anyway, because if that was the last one.
Yeah,
then,
I mean, at that point, yeah.
yeah. Unless it was a female and it had eggs somewhere or something, I don't know, but like... but yeah. But are you telling me that bringing back a large predatory bird that was capable of carrying off something the size of an ostrich is a bad plan?
Yeah? Question mark?
You're probably right.
Possibly?
I mean, make things far more
I mean,
interesting.
if you bring it back, if it's in somewhat of a natural ways, then okay, fine, maybe. Doing it by cloning? Yeah, probably not.
It depends whether they can adapt, right? I mean, they might go. I mean, what would they eat without moas? They might have to go. They could go after deer, I suppose. We've introduced deer here now. And the deers are pretty hard to find. Yeah, so Haast's eagle, extinct species of eagle that lived in the South Island, largest eagle known to have existed, with an estimated weight of 10 to 18 kilos. Compared to the next largest, which is the harpy eagle, at up to 9 kilos.
Okay, almost twice. Size, weight.
Its massive size is explained as the evolutionary response to the size of its prey, the flightless moa, the largest of which could weigh 200 kilos. So yeah, so you say bringing back a bird of prey that could hunt a 200 kilogram moa is a bad plan.
I mean, it could probably, at that point, it could probably hunt the majority of humans on Earth. So yes, I do
Oh, it
think
could-
it's a bad idea.
It could definitely kill humans. I'm not sure if it could carry off the largest mowers. To be fair, right? I wouldn't be surprised if it just killed them and ate them on the spot. But could probably carry off a small human child, no problem. Make-
Zero issues, yeah.
Yeah. Did my child make it to school? Damn it! Not another one.
The origins of prehistoric, the prehistoric origin of the stork, if you will. Well, quite the opposite way, not bringing the child, but stealing the child, but that's detail.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that so many interesting things in New Zealand have gone extinct. There is still some
That
fast
applies
something.
to the majority of the world. probably,
Yeah, that's
but-
true. Like, Robbie's wondering where you're from, Ed.
Slovakia, Central Europe, more or less. Central-ish, East-ish Europe.
Yes. He's from a place where apparently they resolve political differences with quite peacefully. Based on your
Yeah,
conversation.
based on the dissolution of Czechoslovakia
Yeah.
20, 30 years ago.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Yeah, Czechoslovakia went, hey, do you think maybe we should be two countries? And it sounds like people went, yeah, alright then. And then it just happened.
Yeah, I mean, more or less. Got a bit more nuance into it, but more or less, that's pretty much what happened.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's a very... I don't think very many countries pull that off, right? Most of the time countries change due to conquest, or they split apart due to internal, like
Yeah.
bloodshed and...
Most of the political changes are usually somewhat violent.
Engaging expert.
Points at Ukraine, which is basically next door to me.
Ah, yes. It's true, Ukraine is very close to you, isn't it?
It is actually bordering Slovakia, but I am on the other side from the border.
So you guys worried about
Warning. Temperature.
Russia's overall plans? Or...
In the sense that it's at the back of our minds and not even probably most people. Like it's detached enough for now that we don't really have to worry about it too much. But who knows what the future will bring. I'm hoping that it will not grow into Russia, invading more east,
Confirming
or
expert
well,
Yeah.
west, rather. But, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think
I'm not
so,
I'm not
but-
actively thinking about it, that's what I'm going to say.
Fair enough, yeah. Is Slovakia a member of like NATO or anything like that, or?
Yes,
Okay, so that's like a deterrence in and of itself.
somewhat, but you have heard what the current US administration has been saying, so
Yes, there is that, right?
it's becoming much less of a deterrence than it used to be just not so long ago.
Checking.
That is true, but I don't think Russia is in a position to start invading other countries
Scanning for anomalies.
for the next couple of years. I mean, they've committed a lot of resources to their war in Ukraine, right? So,
I have no idea, to be honest.
I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not secretly inside the Russian government or anything like that, so I'm just speculating. But it feels to me like I know that Russia is has gotten help from North Korea, so they've got North Korean like soldiers on the ground to help with the war in Ukraine and stuff. So it feels like they've pushed things a bit. The war's gone on a couple of years, so they probably would like to either fully conquer Ukraine or get a sort of a ceasefire agreement that allows them to keep the territory they've taken so far, which is why they've been pushing for that, and why Trump, because you know he likes the Russian, he keeps buying the Russian propaganda. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on, I'll be back in a sec.
Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage.
That was my dad going, I'm playing Elite Dangerous, what are you doing? Of course, he's only knows about my other account.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, as I was saying, I feel like Russia would probably want a little bit of time to regather stuff before they
Charging.
want to conquer Ukraine and then spend a little bit of time rebuilding their like their armed forces back up, or get a ceasefire to keep what they have and keep doing that.
I don't think the plan ever was to conquer the entirety of Ukraine. At least I don't believe so. I mean, like, I haven't looked deeply into this.
Keys
And I don't really want to get political.
No, well, I mean, that's true.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, the military equipment is mostly the issue. Like, most of the military equipment is decades at best old. Granted, there has been, I think I caught a report that Russia has increased the military spending, so maybe they are building new stuff, but that's going to take a while.
Yeah.
But even then, like, they probably do not want to move much further east. I mean west. At least I think so. Like, there
Yeah.
is not really much of a point to that.
Yeah, and look, Trump is one thing, right, and stuff, but like, I would not be surprised if, like, next election someone else becomes president in the US, and whoever that is, be it either Republican or Democrat, they just like rebuild ties with NATO and Europe, right? Like,
I mean, unless the ties get irreparably broken, then yeah, I guess so.
like, I mean,
we are nowhere near that. Of course,
Yeah.
we are not. But, you know, there is still 3.5 years to go.
I mean, maybe if Trump does,
least.
maybe if Trump does actually invade Greenland, that might do it.
Yeah, I think that's just crazy man talking, but yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Orbital field engaged.
Yeah, the thing with Trump is that I never quite can tell And again, try not to get too political on stream, but like conversations go where conversations go, I guess. But I never can quite tell how much of it is him not understanding stuff properly, and how much of it is him just loving being the center of attention for everything, and knowing that what he's saying is bonkers, but like saying it anyway.
Request granted.
Hard to say.
I think a lot of the problem is a lot of the people around him don't know either, and therefore they just take everything he says as that's what we should be doing.
Yeah, let's switch topics. How about that?
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Alright. I am gonna probably gonna have to go and get myself some lunch at the minute anyway.
Yeah, this is the last delivery I'm doing. I have had enough. It's almost 2 a.m. Granted, I have slept for like 11 hours, but then again, you know,
Yeah, it's
doesn't
probably-
mean my sleep schedule has flipped again.
Sometimes you just enjoy sleeping. To be fair, I don't get to enjoy them as often since I started streaming, but you know.
But
Engines disengaged.
I mean, if I could, I would abolish sleeping altogether because I don't like that I have to sleep. Like, if I chose to sleep, okay, fine, yeah, let's go to sleep. But I'm being forced to go to sleep, which is the part I don't like.
Yeah, so the weird thing about sleeping is that for a long time nobody understood why it happened.
Yeah, that is true.
And even now, I don't think we fully understand
Cargo
why it happens.
maximum capacity.
We know some stuff that happens.
There
while
have been progress in finding out, but yeah, I don't think the entire process is fully understood as well, yeah.
yeah.
I would agree with that.
So we know that there's aspects of sleep that allow stuff you remember during the day to move from like short-term memory in the brain to long-term memory in the brain.
Yes.
And there's probably some other stuff that's come out that I don't even aware of because it's not like I follow the science all that closely.
Yeah,
But yeah, there's still, it feels like evolutionarily there would be a big advantage of being able to do that without having to sleep, right? Like,
Frameshift drive
yes,
launching.
we have a evolutionary system, survival of the fittest, and we would like to, we'd like to just lie down for a third of the day, shut our eyes, and be helpless
3, 2,
towards predators. And yeah,
That makes very little sense. Exactly.
yeah. Dreams, I think, dreams are probably something to do with the brain's activity with reorganizing memory, right? But then
Yeah.
it just ends up with weird side effect. That's what I assume anyway, but again,
I mean, it
I'm no
does make
expert.
somewhat of a sense.
Yeah.
Not am I, but you know.
One interesting thing, I don't know if you guys find this as well, but one interesting thing I found out about dreams is that apparently people that play computer games a lot feel more in control in dreams. They have like less nightmares and stuff because they feel like they're more in control of things, even if they don't realize they're dreaming and stuff.
Well, it's kind of hard to compare. You know, I could ask someone else that doesn't play as many games as I do, but how do you judge if I am more in control of my dream than the other person, or less?
I've known some people who say they can control their dreams, which is hard for me to believe. Yeah, there's a thing called lucid dreaming, right? Some people can do that, so I'm told.
Lucid
I've read.
dreaming is a thing, yes. I mean, I've never done it, but yes, it is a thing. But from what I heard, it's somewhat of a dangerous thing at the same time. Like there are actual dangers still trying to actively do that. I don't remember what the dangers are, sorry, but yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it would involve a bit of your brain that would normally be more sleepish, being more awake, I guess, right? To have that level of conscious control.
Shift drive charging.
So I don't know if I'm gonna guess the dangers aren't you die in your sleep because you did something in your dream, because I think that's largely an urban legend, the whole thing. As far as I know, but like there may be health risks or something if you're keeping part of your brain active. Like I could see that being a thing. And again, not an expert, so everything is me just speculating. So huge grains of salt with anything I say.
Yeah. I mean, same.
If I ever discuss something I think I'm an expert on, I will definitely say that in this area I am actually an expert. That will probably never happen. I do know that, like, I used to have nightmares as a kid, and that nowadays I have dreams that other people would probably find to be nightmarish, but I don't find them to be as scary as like I did when I was much younger, if that makes sense. You know? Oh, Inception was absolutely a documentary. Yep. I was impressed how they got the video cameras inside people's dreams. That was it's quite advanced technology. That. Yep. The bit with the horse was disturbing though.
Warning. Main fuel tank low.
Main fuel tank low, apparently. Alright.
Alright, I think we've done... Well, once you deliver it will be almost 11% in 5 waxing hours.
Yeah.
2 of us doing it actually, so that's funny.
Yeah. So here's an example, Robbie, when you come back and try colonization. To build a tier 3 station, it's 2 people, 5 hours, around about 11%. If we were a little bit more focused and a little bit more yapping, it might have been slightly higher. But, you know, it's hard to stay focused for that amount of time while you're just hauling stuff. If we were doing an outpost, we would have done the whole outpost in that amount of time. It would have been 0 to 100%. And if we were doing a tier 2 station, what do you reckon? 30, 40%, 50%?
I would be willing to bet 50%, yes.
Yeah, I'd go with 40% of a tier 2 station personally, but yeah.
Fair. Yeah, so it's about 240,000 materials, and you can haul around about 700-ish, give or take couple thousand cargo space, depending on what your ship build is.
Yeah, I've got 696.
Yeah, and I got 728.
Request granted.
The max is, I believe, 792 or 96.
Yeah.
Or even then, it's like, you know, 240,000 divided by 800, which would be the best case scenario, is still way over 200 trips.
Landing gear deployed.
So do keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Is what we are trying to say.
Yeah, it's about 100 trips for a tier 2 station, I think. Because it's about 1% per trip. It might be slightly under 100, because I think every now and then it might bounce up a little bit more.
Docking successful.
I am interested how much of the progress is done, like specifically, like not the game telling you, but my tool telling me that, you know, I get the 4 digits of a percentage I am going to find out that then I colonize the next system, but you know.
Well,
Or I don't even have to. I can build outposts in this system. Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Robbie, when you get back from Colonia, more than happy to like team up and do stuff.
Feel free to add us in game.
Yeah, that's how
The commander name is the same as I have on Twitch.
what's my voice attack doing? What are you trying to play something? Like, yeah, and that's how I met Ed. He was a viewer of the channel, and he just was like, "Can I join in?" I was like, "Yep, sure." And we got there's another someone else named Vinart. He joins in and plays with us sometimes. And then there was
Haven't we
someone
first
else.
met through Flowtastic actually? I think we met you in game and then you joined his server. And then I figured out you were streaming and I joined you. It doesn't really matter, but you know.
I'm not sure. You may well have found my stream because I raided him.
Or that, yeah,
yeah.
that is also possible.
Yep. Anyway, I am going to call the stream here so I can get some food because it's nearly 2 p.m. and I have not eaten today.
Yep.
I appreciate everyone coming along and watching me play, and I definitely appreciate Ed for keeping me company, and Robbie for chatting with me and for subscribing. It's
Yeah,
been
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say it's been a great stream, and despite the fact that hoarding stuff is not the most fascinating gameplay ever, I'm going to find someone to raid out to in a moment. But before I do that, I'll just link my socials if anyone wants to. Maybe it's /social. I don't use this very often. Nope. Oh, there we go. It's got it. It's exclamation mark. I'm using /. There you go. I had that completely wrong. There we are. It shows you how often I do the commands in the stream, despite being a streamer.
Yeah.
Alright, probably...
Can't even do your job properly.
Yeah, probably be back playing Elite tomorrow morning, because, you know, trying to help Ed build this tier 3 station.
Yeah.
And
which is much appreciated, of course.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's turns and roundabouts of us, right? Like you helped me with a number of my stuff. I've helped you with a number of yours when it comes to colonization. And
okay, fine. I'll stop saying it.
Yeah, and honestly, like having someone to chat to and helping someone and helping each other out makes it more fun for me. So
yeah, definitely. Like it was 5 hours of like good entertainment, good conversation. Like we've browsed through quite a lot of things actually, as we usually do on these streams. But yeah.
Yeah. Alright, we are going to raid out into Starman Yuki, who is somebody I came across at a collab. We played I can't even remember the name. The name of the game's gone right out of my head. One of those popular games recently together. And she was fun to play with. And she's playing Repo with a bunch of people. And Repo is the new collab game of choice at the moment for a lot of people. And seems like a lot of fun. So again, thanks everyone for coming along to stream. I will be back on tomorrow to do more Elite Dangerous. And yeah, until then, have a great time. And Raiders going out.
Yeah.
Well, Raiders going out in a minute anyway.
Well, yes. But okay, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, have a good night's sleep, Ed.
Thank you. Enjoy your Saturday.
Yep, I'll catch you tomorrow sometime.
Indeed.
And Raid going out now.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
And I will hydrate.
Sorry. Now, with your help,
Oh my god.
we need to lift this cube.
Okay.
Start
not
lifting.
toasty sanctuary. Wait, what am I doing wrong?
First. Wait, hold on. I think it's stuck. Oh.
You
Fuck, hold
just
on.
gotta lift it up. Don't step on it,
now-
Yuki. You're
Yuki,
devaluing.
I thought I was stepping on the fence here.
Okay, now grab it and lift it over.
I can't
Hold
lift
on.
it. Am
Hold
I
on.
still standing on it?
Can you become small? Press Q. Are you stuck in there?
I guess.
Oh my god,
Jump,
no,
jump.
no.
Yuki, jump.
Goodbye,
Press space and jump.
Off the